Is that better? I don't know how the audio got off. Yeah, see, Danny, do the 5, do the 5, do the 5. Jay says we don't hear nothing. Yeah. So I don't know how I was muted. I think it had something to do. I was using some headphones earlier, jacked everything up. I got it now, I think. See, Barry's a comedian. You think you're deaf, Brian? We're just gonna have they're just gonna have a silent portion on the front of it, I guess. Welcome to LOCKBEARD Phenomena number 57. Alien form. It's August 13th, 2022. Welcome to everybody. Somebody saying happy birthday, Jay. So happy birthday. Jay's going in reverse in his age. He's 72. Brandy says I text twice. I don't think he keeps his phone close. Oh, that thing, the sound ain't even on the thing. Paramedic says let's just make up our own show off this pictures. Is anyone familiar with this picture? Brandy says, "Oh hell, there you go. Now repeat everything, please." Donald says, "Start over." Angel says, "Mr. Lee, about a certain amount." Mark Dobbins here. Good day. Jen's here. Welcome. Okay. Is that Fraggle Rock? No, what's his name? Wilcock, David Wilcock, and those Corey Good and all those yahoos. They always talking about the Interstellar Alliance and how there's this whole big freaking thing going on, and all these different aliens that they know about, and they're just. I mean, people just eat that shit up. They just eat that shit up. And this is one of the aliens they talk about, the blue avians. They're shaped just like a human with some bird features. That's my biggest pet peeve about, well, any kind of claims about aliens. I mean, it's one of the indications if someone talks about aliens that are shaped like human at all, really, it's bullshit. They're mistaken or they're lying. One or the other. Aliens are not going to be shaped like humans. Very unlikely. It's a possibility that something, yeah, of course there's possibility, but the chances of the first 10 alien species we meet being remotely shaped like us are very, very slim. Look at the differences in morphology of all the life just on our planet. We just happen to be the one that's intelligent. But everybody thinks that every intelligent species in the freaking universe is going to be shaped just like a human, except it's going to have a different wrinkle on its forehead, Star Trek style. Well, that's just ridiculous. It's a ridiculous assumption that humans anthropomorphize everything, where we assign human characteristics to things. I mean, people name their fucking car. You know, it's an inanimate object. It doesn't care if it has a name. They treat their dogs like humans sometimes. No, it's a dog. You know, it's a dog. You know, well, it's not a human. But yeah. Let me catch up the chat here. Yeah, Danny knows about it. Isn't that Corey Good's Alien Friends? Yeah, that goofy, complete nut job. He's a fucking liar, is what he is. He's a goddamn liar. I hope everybody realizes that. Corey Good's a liar. This ain't even a case of he's mistaken. He's making up a bunch of shit because there's a whole community of people out there. They just want to hear stories and this make believe shit. If you want make believe shit, go read a freaking novel. Read some fantasy and science fiction novels and do it in a healthy way. Don't actually get sucked down this bullshit where you're starting to actually believe bullshit like Corey Good. You know, it's not healthy. It's not fucking healthy. I don't care what anybody says. It's just not. It's insane. Yeah, that was Rip Torn, Mr. Lee. Barry Browning says something about a new rumor. Donald says, that's my family on the screen. Parmax says, the ones that had them build the pyramids came back. Yeah, that's another one deal, you know, where the whole assumption that that humans couldn't have possibly built all that shit on their own. We had to have aliens. Well, that's just ridiculous. Why the fuck are aliens going to come to Earth and then have a bunch of monkeys build them all this crap, or help us for that matter? What's the percentage? Why would they do that? That's just ridiculous. There is a lot of stone structures. I mean, millions and millions of big giant stones. Millions. That's not what fucking happened. What happened is humans had a serious advanced civilization thousands of years ago. Our government surely knows about it. They just don't want us to know because there's some advanced technology associated with those people. Their civilization fell. Some of that technology is still buried out there to be found, and they don't want us to know so that we don't try to look for it. They don't want us to find it. They're trying to control archaeology and they're keeping an eye on it, because if you run across some ruins or objects that are technological in nature, they want to snatch it up and hide it. Barry says, what is a puckwudgie? We don't know for sure until we see him. What if we were an alien ant farm? What if? What if? Did hear that actually, says Brandy. Pyromedic says, hell, one of us told when the bad aliens come, he left his spaceship parked under the pyramids to wipe them out. No problem. Danny says, hey, my dog's more human than some goofs on YouTube. Well, that's probably true. He is profile. Jen says, Brandy, as the few have seen him, it is confirmed. Haywood is a puckwudgie, that's it. Sanders lurking. Lurk away. The pictures wanting you to make fried chicken. There's people actually believing this bullshit. Like even the Greys. Now the Greys, that looks more human than this thing, but I think that it's far more likely that the Greys exist than this thing. This is obviously a seriously anthropomorphized. You know, it's not even from some. it's got features of animals that are on this planet. It's just it's bird. They took bird and applied it to human. You know, one day somebody's going to dig up one of the, like a hard copy of this somewhere and say, "Oh my gosh, they had birdmen back then." Just like people look at the carvings of the god Anubis and think that there was actually jackal-headed men, and they actually some of these people actually think that that's supporting evidence for Dogman. You're killing me, Smalls. Killing me, but yeah, the Greys I think are far more likely to exist because they look so human. But again, like I said before, if the Greys are real, they are not aliens. They are a breed of humans. They're clearly morphologically, you know. Now a lot of people are getting different descriptions of them, and maybe their imagination's running wild with the damn thing. I mean, they're they had an experience where they were half out of it, so who knows? But what the exact details of the morphology of these Greys are, if they exist. But if they do, what little that seems to be pretty much agreed upon looks like a Chihuahua version of humans, and that's it. If that's an alien, that's an extremely unlikely thing, that an alien that looks almost exactly like us in the grand scheme of things. And people are like, well, that's not exact. No, it's almost exactly like us in the bigger picture, right? It doesn't look like a fucking lobster. It doesn't look like an octopus. It doesn't look like a whale. It's basically human. Puck Wedgie. Welcome to the chat, Michael. No, it's no rumor. It's a fact. Mr. Haywood's a puck wedgie. Three to four, 3 foot four. Is that true? What kind of birthday cake did Jay get? Got you pretty hammered, did they? Papa Craig's here. He says, "Into the woods I go to lose my mind and find my soul." John Muir. Huh. Let's see. Are you even older now, Jay? He said he was younger. Have to agree with Muir. More worm seat, please, says Papa. Jay says, since I love to swim in my pool, Jen, someone made a giant baby Ruth bar cake and huge black candle. What would cause the Egyptians to draw creatures like that? I mean, we can only really speculate a lot of stuff. I mean, um, just why did a lot of people come up with a lot of mythological creatures? Throughout history, why did somebody come up with that? You know, um, you have Greek mythology, like something like Medusa. You have a woman with a bunch of snakes on her head. Well, does anyone actually believe that thing existed? Probably not. Cerberus, the three-headed dog, guarding the underworld. Does anyone actually believe the dog or underworld existed, or if it's just myths, stories that people made up? I mean, nowadays we make up shit. Oh, and we tell our kids, and is Santa Claus? One day people are gonna archaeologists gonna dig up an account of Santa Claus. Like, oh shit, there was this magical dude. He flew in the sky with magical reindeer, and he had a bunch of elves, and he lived at the North Pole. And are people going to say, well, this thing, there must be some truth to this? No, there's no goddamn truth to it at all. People just made shit up. So why, I don't know why people don't don't can't believe that the ancient man did the same thing. They could make up shit too. Hey, Papa Smith, you have an intro. Pass the torch, bad Wi-Fi back to you, Butterfest. Mr. Hughes here. Welcome. Are you telling me Santa isn't real? Yeah, Santa is not real. Sorry. I mean, maybe there a long time ago there was some really nice dude in a town that gave all the little kids a present or something, but um, you know, something really, really normal, and it just kind of spread all over. Helps make the kids be good. Think about what the story tells you. The story tells you be good, so Santa will bring you some presents. We literally bred ourselves to be more greedy that way, probably. Papa Craig says, Michael, we skipped through fishing in Wallawa Lake the other day because of thunderstorms. It dropped baseball sized hail and destroyed all the cars. You can't handle the. You want to know about the Tooth Fairy and Easter Bunny too? Yeah, yeah. I don't know what Church Lady said, but I said some stuff about Satan before. I think I said it on here before. You just got to move that N over, and it spells Satan. He wears the red suit. That's Satan's color is red, right? Flies to the sky, and he's able to visit the entire world in one night. I mean, that's some witchcraft if I ever heard any. Those aren't elves he hangs out with; those are imps. How's he get in your house? He drops down the fireplace right into your fire. I mean, the dude, of course Satan's gonna want to come in through the fire. He eats all your cookies, so he represents uh, gluttony. He gives the kids a bunch of presents, so he teaches them to be greedy. And he calls every woman in the house a hoe. That guy's clearly Satan. Parmex says it to put it in one of the most inaccessible places on earth doesn't make sense to put a fairy tale in there. Well, it wouldn't have been inaccessible at the time. I wouldn't think. But there's a lot of and there's a lot more going on. Like we'd have to look at individual stuff. Like the Egyptians didn't build that stuff. Most of that stuff, a lot of stuff was from the previous civilization. They just took over, and that was pretty much they proved that themselves. Well, not really proved it, but indicated it was a good indication of because they were trying to use their bronze tools where they were trying to cut the stone, and it was taking for damn ever, and they had to put sand there to do the actual abrasion of the stone and use water to get it to do any cutting at all, and they just couldn't do the job. And so they're going to tell us that when we have one pyramid that has millions of stones in it, and these are gigantic massive stones, these people did not cut that stone with bronze tools. They just didn't do it. So there's a lot of missing history there. Um, Mark says no more Lockbeard, please. All right. Well, the Easter Bunny will be along for you in the spring, and if you're losing teeth, I'm sure the Tooth Fairy will come along. Clash of the Titans. It's really like Clash of the Titans. Have to go to fish. I've been training bait for Papa Craig. Didn't go there that day. Wait, hose? Yeah, I mean, what do you? What does people think he like? They think I think people think he's laughing. Now, who laughs like that? Ho ho ho! No, he's calling every woman in the house a hoe. Every one of them. Barry said, "We get two good hips." Donald says, "Papa Craig, I had a 5.0 Mustang that looked like a golf ball from hail damage. I think it helped with aerodynamics." Brandy says, "Rudolph with that red light special on his nose." Yeah, there you go. That's some witchcraft, or at least some prostitution going on. Is he prostituting the reindeer? I mean, who's taking advantage of that? The imps, Mrs. Claus. Mrs. Claus put on a reindeer show. Rudolph was pimping. You saying Rudolph pimped Santa's hose? Might have. That's why the Tooth Fairy loves meth heads. I don't know. This should give them a full quarter. I don't know if they're. I don't know if meth head teeth are worth the full quarter. Hey, those bad boy misfits got all the ladies. Get rid of them stupid bird people. Mr. Lee says, "I don't mind hoes, just saying." Brandy says, Barry, same elf that wanted to be a dentist. Girlfriend would be happy, Mr. Lee. Mr. Hughes says, "The only hose I know is pantyhose." Brandy says, "I never come across a ho-ho I didn't like. Yum." Snack cake, eh? Jen says, "Mr. Lee, Tom already told." So, yeah, what did Tom tell Mr. Lee? Heard about the tweaker's favorite pickup line. "Your tooth is especially lovely tonight, cousin." Bumble was my favorite cryptid. Bumble? Don't know if I'm familiar with Bumble. Don't know. Let me see if I can pop up this other picture here. There we go. That's a weird looking thing there. Andy says, "Mr. Lee, you're so handsome. Figure of a man," says Papa. Brandy says, or Mr. Lee says, "I know it, Brandy." Jay says, "When you put 32 Kentucky women in one room, you get a full set of teeth." Yep. So they say. Bumble, the abominable snowman from Rudolph. Oh, yeah. Gotcha. You lost me there for a second. The White Yeti on the island of Misfit Toys. Paramedic says, "Mr. Lee, did you create the internet?" He probably didn't create the internet. I don't think. Does anybody have any clue uh, what that picture come from? I have a feeling I finally got something that'll stump all of y'all. Possibly. So glory days, wink of the young girl's eye. Bumble on a good day, says Grasshopper. Barry's moving to Kentucky. Michelle says paramedic. Yes, I'm a genius. Grasshopper. Everybody's saying hi to Grasshopper. Not one person has any clue where that picture comes from. Man, there's got to be somebody. Somebody's got to know what that comes from. Grasshopper, welcome. He says, evening, all use cray crypto weirdos. Mr. Lee says, I know this. I don't think you know it, Mr. Lee, or you would have said it. You got Rip Torn right out the gate, though. Although I don't know if that counts though. You didn't say the name of his character. Jen says, Mr. Lee and Papa Do, you have Lily's dark chocolate peanut butter cups, keto friendly, sweetened with stevia, and yum 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 yum. I don't think I've tried that one. I had actually this morning I had a Quest brand keto friendly peanut butter cups. Donald says, "Is that the Kraken from Aesop's Fables?" No. It is not. It's I guess I can start giving hints. It's the cover art on a book. That is what it is. Cover art on a book. It's there's a series of books that this comes from. The planet it's about it's set in the future, obviously. This planet, it's like it has two different dimensions. There's a magical version and a version that works on science, and sometimes in certain places you can pass between the two worlds. You'll be standing on the magical side of the magical version of it, and then you'll pass through this kind of like a portal, and you'll end up in the scientific side, and you go back and forth. I don't think anyone's going to get this. Mr. Lee says, Jen, no, I'm fasting all weekend. Papa go forward. Good for you, Mr. Lee. Phased out. Are you fucking kidding me? What'd you do? An image search? How in the hell did you get that? Nancy Drew's acid trips. I think Brandy's hacked my computer, Mr. Lee. Yep. That was my favorite author when I was younger. Papa Craig says, this has been hard changing my diet and fasting, but it keeps getting easier as I stick with it. My blood sugar has been stable all week. Yeah. I don't know why it's so hard to get people to believe, because they got it in their head. They were told you need some carbs, and that's absolutely just not true. And humans are just flat out designed to make our own. We make glucose, process called gluconeogenesis. So let's throw it in the chat. I might not even spell it right. Anyway, yeah, I did. I got the U and the O backwards, but anyway, you can see what it says. It's gluconeogenesis, and you make exactly the amount of glucose that you need. You don't need to eat any carbs at all. That's where things messed up. You know, we ate all these carbs, and especially the sugary stuff and the highly processed stuff, and it kept you just spiking your blood sugar all the time. So your body's having to fight that, and insulin and blah 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 blah, and then before you know it, you wore shit out. It's only supposed to experience that kind of thing on a rare occasion when in the wild for a human, when you find a little bit of fruit, and you didn't find a whole damn orchard or the produce section at a grocery store. You might have found a tree or two that had been very picked over by the animals, and they were the small fruits. They weren't the big nice ones that we've selectively bred now, and it was a rare thing, and it was only during the season, right? Because fruit trees and shrubs, they all put on their fruit at a certain time of year. So there was absolutely nothing like in the wintertime, unless you dried some out and saved them. But you're not going to get much out of that. So most of the time they were hunting and eating meat. And anyone that goes, because I started out with some short-term fasting and keto, and eventually started going into pure meat. You're way better off with just fatty meat. Some fish from the sea, and rare steaks, because you're not really supposed to eat cooked food. Humans aren't truly designed for that. Like, that's just something a neat. When we created fire, and we thought, hey, somebody drop that meat in the fire. Well, we're hungry, but we're still going to eat it. This ain't too bad. This is cool. And occasionally, it makes, maybe the meat's too rotten. Like, humans are designed to be able to eat somewhat rotten meat. Like, that's why our stomach acid is as strong as it is. It's as strong as your typical scavenger, and that's why humans were eating spoiled meat for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. We're truly got some scavenger lineage to us as well, but also because we were killing these huge animals. Well, we're not eating that whole damn mastodon in one sitting, right? We're going to be camped out around it for weeks, probably eating on it. And when we created fire, the start of that was probably just about scaring other animals away from our kill. No one just sat down one day. It's like, the lightning hit that tree, and there's some fire over here. Maybe we should learn how to make fire and cook our food. No one had ever heard of cooking before. It's a completely unnatural thing. Humans are not designed for cooked food. We're just not. So, quick sear on your steak and you're good. And you're better off. It's healthier for you. They'll try and tell you, oh, you can't digest both. No, that's bullshit. Complete bullshit. It's such bullshit, man. They lied about everything. Sequel to Unicorn Point. I don't know how you figured that out. Have you read those books? Yeah, crocs of shit they fed us. Yeah. Barry Brown says, Brandy is a smart cookie. Sandra better not call her that name. Mr. Lee says, Papa, please do keep going. You will fare better. Yeah, you got to get adapted, because the way I kind of describe it is that your body, your physiology is kind of in emergency management mode because of the poison stuffs we've been eating, right? So, and it's been going on for years. So it's going to take some time for the state of emergency to stand down. Your body's going to have to shift some things around biochemically to be able to be, because it's just a whole mess of things going on to deal with the poisons. Plus, I mean, just healing from the damage. And you may never fully heal from some of the damage from a lifetime of poisoning your body with these foods, these processed foods, and these foods from plants that you're just not supposed to eat. But hopefully heal a lot of it. You know, things are not functioning the way that they're supposed to, so it takes time to get things to settle down. Paramedic says, Mr. Lee, maybe Mark Zuckerberg slumming. Oh, he ain't Mark Zuckerberg. I sent he did what? Donald says, I didn't read the books growing up. Zero comprehension of what I read. Now, if it was how to build a big block Ford 428 Super Cobra jet, I could tell you every word written. Papa Craig says, it's going to take a while for my mitochondria to be replaced with ones that aren't insulin resistant. Mr. Yu says, LOL, Mr. Lee. Papa Craig says, isn't that strange, Donald? I know a lot of people like that. Well, if you don't have interest in something, it's kind of hard to absorb it. Your mind's not just not receptive, and so if you're trying to force yourself to learn something that you don't have any interest in, it's going to be torture. Don't know. Tell us, Mr. Lee. Brandy says, Mr. Lee, what is the name of that doctor again that you linked me to? Papa, he has some great vids. Paramedic, you could not make me go on that Facebook crap for a love or money, man. Huh. Fake book. Yeah, it's a fucking disaster, man. Aren't they losing money now, too? They deserve it. Hope they crash and burn. Mr. Lee says, Brandy, Dr. Ekberg saved my life. Rex says, Mr. Lee, how do you control your cholesterol with that diet? You don't. You don't need to. You don't need to. Well, I mean, again, Mr. Lee's on keto, and I just want to make it clear. Keto is how I started, and eventually I moved into fully carnivorous, fatty red meat and fish. You know, you have eggs and cheese and stuff like that. Those are animal fats and proteins too. 100% animal fats and protein. And you will not have to worry about your cholesterol again. You will not have to worry about calorie counting. That's complete bullshit. Your appetite will naturally go way, way down. And you'll see, like I was weighing out all my food, tracking everything I ate. I had, book. I was in the gym, and every lift I did, how many reps, how much weight, everything. I was just excessively tracking everything when I did this transition, and found that my food intake naturally just went down to about 25 to 33% of what I used to eat. I was eating a third or less than what I used to eat, because my hunger was just gone. The reason why my hunger was gone, part of it is proper nutrition. Humans made those spear points for thousands and thousands of years because we were hunting. We specialized in hunting the biggest, fattiest, red-meated animals in the land. That's what we're designed to eat. So when you're getting proper nutrition, your body's not like crying out for anything. It's like, this is what I'm supposed to eat. Finally, you've been shoving pasta and chips and soda and, even on the gym diet, chicken, which is a pathetic excuse for meat. It's better than eating broccoli, but that was another thing that you eat when you're at the gym, and they tell you, oh, you got to have these meals, and they're, chicken and broccoli and brown rice. Brown rice is poisonous to humans. Do not eat it. Broccoli is poisonous to humans. Do not eat it. You're not going to drop dead. You can get away with some, but ideally, if you want to be eating the ideal diet for humans, broccoli is not even a natural freaking plant anymore. We've altered it so much, it's not even a natural plant. You go find those, in that deer plot mix, you got some natural brassicas in that. Go ahead, try it, eat it. Tastes like shit. We bred it and changed it. It's not even natural food, but it's got toxins in it. It's not good for humans. So you don't have to change your cholesterol. Actually, Rex, I don't know if you've been in here when I told the story about the butter, because people that I worked with didn't believe. They thought I was going to have a freaking heart attack. So I told them I would prove to them, because I was so certain. I just years and years trying to figure out what's the ideal, what I'm supposed to eat, what's humans designed to eat. That's what I need to know. And I knew that I had it right. And I told him, I said, every day I will eat a stick of butter in front of you guys in the break room, like a candy bar. And that's what I did. For 5 weeks, every day we was at work, I ate a stick of butter in front of those people. So I had witnesses. 5 weeks leading up to our yearly health assessment. And I think some of my cholesterol factors even improved a little bit. And then the next year I did it again, but only for 3 weeks. And we had a new guy working there, and he was really adamant. He's like, you're goddamn stupid. You're going to goddamn die. And so finally the health assessment day came. They checked my cholesterol. I handed him my papers, and he just stood there, and he was reading and he's reading. He's just looking at them, and people in the break room were like, well, what does it say? And he says, I don't believe it. His results are great. Because you're supposed to eat cholesterol. Dietary cholesterol doesn't cause your blood cholesterol to go up anyway. You need cholesterol. It's an essential nutrient for humans. You need it. And so forget cholesterol, especially if you go to 100% fatty red meat and eat it as rare as you can. And eat some fish too, but yeah, that's the ideal diet for the human animal. That's what we are. But it's just really hard to get people to accept that. Like first I was like, because I was like, I know that broccoli is a very healthy food. Well, I was fucking wrong. I had the wrong information. We've been told our whole lives that this is a really healthy food, and it's not. It's actually not good for humans to eat it, and you're better off just to get rid of it entirely. Every vegetable, gone. Get rid of it. You don't need it. If you can bear to do it, you're better off to get rid of it. I don't, do what you want, but I'm just telling you the final answer after decades of trying to figure shit out. I was in the gym. People in the gym were telling me when I was fasting, sometimes for like I would do a 2-day fast, and I'd work out both days. And then the second day, right after my workout, then I would go eat a dinner. And people in the gym were like, you can't do that. You got to eat 5 times a day. You got to be shoving protein down all the time. You're going to pass out in the gym trying to lift that weight. And none of that should happen. Not only none of that shit happened, I had more energy and I was doing just fine. And I was leaning up a lot easier too. It turns out if you look into it, fasting at the 48-hour mark, there's your human growth hormone boost. There's a human growth hormone boost at the around 48 hours in. They think it's because your body's prepping you to to hunt. It's getting time where you need to go get some. You need to go kill something and eat it. After a couple days. So research it. If you don't believe me, research it. I've been watching him, says Papa Craig. Mr. Lee says, Rick's hand, I will let Lockbeard explain cholesterol to you. Mr. Lee. Papa says, Rex, this will kill you. I've had 7 heart attacks and numerous stents as well as triple bypass surgery. I can't do statins to lower cholesterol. I take Repatha to keep my LDL below 24, total 95. Well, here's another thing with the LDL thing. They're fucking us around on that. There are multiple different types of LDLs, and they don't do typically a fractional analysis. Ask your doctor. And look into it first. Like, kind of get yourself, prepped on it, because he's going to be like, "How do you know about a fractional analysis?" Well, because I know that most LDLs have no association with anything negative. It's only certain ones, and even that, I question. I think the problem is LDLs is nothing to worry about. It's the problem is the doctors need to look. They're giving you drugs. Humans aren't made to use drugs. You're made to eat some meat and then just be fine. They're sitting here telling you, well, there's these different types of cholesterols and we got to watch these numbers and blah, blah, blah. Did caveman have this shit? No. He had a mastodon and a spear. Pyromet says, Donald Fuller, my brother-in-law, used to build Cobras. He helped build one that held the Rickard Speedway a few years. Mr. Lee says, all that cholesterol rubbish your doctor told you, rubbish. Absolutely, yeah. Don't even look. And you're gonna and you probably shouldn't even tell people, because people are gonna like I told you, people at work were telling me I was going to fucking die, and it didn't happen. I got healthier. Obviously, I haven't been sticking to things very well lately, or for quite some time, but I'm able to easily go back and forth now, and I typically fast 23 hours. Eat once a day, so I still do that. So that's good, because you don't need to eat in between there. As long as you get some meat in that meal, you're doing okay. But ideally, it needs to be only meat. Papa says, Repatha, autoimmune diabetes. There's argument in the medical world about cholesterol being bad nowadays. Give me a break. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a test. They can give you a test and say, look, these numbers aren't right. You need to buy our drug. When I'm eating right, I'm just eating meat. It's not important what I'm eating when I'm not eating right. I'm just eating typical American stuff when I'm not eating correctly. So that's bad. I should not do that. But sometimes it's I'm in a situation where there's not really any options where I'm at, and so that's bad. But the good thing is I'm intermittent fasting daily, every day, and I do go back to eating all meat. I'm just jumping back and forth. So one of these days, hopefully, it'll get easier for me just to stick to all meat, because I did it for 6 months straight at some point, and it was goddamn awesome. Mr. Lee says, you have good cholesterol and bad cholesterol. Your brain's made of cholesterol. You need cholesterol. Like, whatever your doctor tells you, don't even fucking listen. I doctor. This ain't medical advice. Blah blah blah. Fuck you, YouTube. Do your own research on that stuff. Do your own research on your stuff. Brain says, I remember when people had high cholesterol. Hell, you could just eat some Cheerios. Yeah, Cheerios is extremely bad for you. Yeah, they weren't helping people. Papa says liver makes most of your cholesterol. Donald says, paramedic, I've been Ford Fanatic High School. Mr. Lee says, Mr. Hugh, Lockbeard eats humans for breakfast. Not every day, Mr. Lee. Brandy says, broccoli is the devil. Nobody should fart like that after eating anything. Well, what about beans? Nobody ever questions about beans, right? They're like, oh, no, that's gastro intestinal distress is what that is. I mean, if caveman had gas like that, he would never be able to sneak up on his prey. Beans are poison. No matter what they tell you, oh, it's got protein and fiber. You don't need fiber. That's bullshit too. That is bullshit too. You do not need fiber. You know, like I just told you, I went 6 months with eating no meat. Not only did I not need fiber to do business, you know, not to get too gross about it, but that business, well, you'll just see. If you do it, you'll see. Was way better than ever. It's unbelievable how much better things are. What is going on with this chat? There we go. I'm getting way behind. When I get really sick, take something that lowers your cholesterol under 100. Exercise, make exercise raises good cholesterol. Never tried asparagus, says Brandy. I actually kind of like asparagus, but it's really not healthy for humans to eat either. Papa says it's sugar that destroys the arteries along with smoking and cocaine. Not missing anything. Asparagus nasty, says Jen. Rex says, man, that's cool. I eat a lot of venison, elk, some fish. Jen, like fish, is mystery. Papa says asparagus grows in the ditch banks down off the mountain. Donald says cocaine's one hell of a drug. Well, that obviously calls for something.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Yeah, this thing's so spastic right now.
Level out, come on.
Damn.
You remind me of the babe.
Well, shit, this thing's so screwed up. Trying to find where I'm even at in the chat. There we go. Mr. Lee says, Jen like fish. Oh, there we go. There's where I was at. And he says, cocaine's a scary drug. Papa says, I just eat the new tops of asparagus. Brandy says, I always think of Dennis Leary, no cure for cancer. Ludes, man, fucking ludes. That's tweaking. Probably have highest content of cholesterol. Artichokes. I don't know about that. Jen says, Mr. Lee, I was looking at marinated artichoke hearts. They weren't that high. How to lose affect the puck wedgie? What? Just finished eating a whole cabbage? Holy crap, dude. Yeah, you're gonna take a strange shit off of that, man. Jen says, Brandy, I love Dennis Leary's no cure for cancer. Papa Craig says, some doctors tell me I'm dead without Repatha. Some say I'm dead without insulin. Phooey. If I'm wrong, it's been nice knowing you all. No, just you stay the course is what. If I was you, that's what I would do, and then go and tell your doctor, say, look, I went on the keto. And then hopefully you'll be able to say, eventually I listened to this guy that sounds like a complete nut named Lockbeard, but it turned out he's absolutely 100% correct about everything. And he told me to eat nothing but meat. And I've been doing that for a year. And look at me. I look like goddamn Arnold Schwarzenegger up in this bitch. My heart could operate a fucking city. Especially after the night what Donald was talking about. What? Michael says Ludes will make a puckwudgie ooze around on the floor like a python. Brandy says you like the asshole song. It's not playing right for me, so hopefully y'all see it just fine. But it's all jacked up. Everything is jacked up, so I guess my signal here is just not good right now. Bread is bad for you? Yes. Straight up poison. Don't insult Dan like that. Lude's turn you into a puckwudgie yourself. Now chat disappeared again. Okay, now it's back. Pouring yourself a 50-gallon drum. Rick James, bitch. Yeah, you know what that's from. What the fuck, Smurf that? She wanted to lick Papa Smurf's ass. TV, my man. Timmy Boy is back. Where did you go? Says Mr. Lee. Milkshake bring all the boys to the yard. Yeah, yep. Forgot to lock the door. Timmy Boy is back. What babe? The babe with the power. What power? Especially with your wrench. The power of voodoo. Hoodoo? You do. Do what? Remind me of the babe. Yeah, I've seen that movie way too many fucking times. That boy's Brandy, 3 possums, and a stray cat. Brandy says, "Oh shit, Lockbeard actually modded someone." Dang. Yeah. After a long deliberation, Tim Boy, don't be jealous. We'll give it a try. We'll see if Mr. Lee can do it. I think he can do it. Okay, well, do you want to open that school back up? Papa Craig, good to see you. Times they are changing, says Brandy. Brandy says, I'm just a regular Joe with a regular job. I'm your average white suburbanite slob. I like football and porno, books about war. Got an average house and a nice hardwood floor. Writing some poetry, are we? Papa Craig says, Nana just handed me a plate of stuffed pork loin with a bunch of green shit beside it. Smothered in apple cider vinaigrette. Should last till 11 a.m. tomorrow. Hardwood floor. My wife, my job, my kids, my car, my feet on my table, and a Cuban cigar. Slap him, Brandy, says Mr. Hugh. Slap who? Mr. Lee wants to see Brandy's Cuban cigar. Jay says, listening while I'm slurping my extra large chocolate milkshake. Suffer, you heathens. Michael says, Mr. Hugh, don't make me call your neighbor. Donald says, Jay Fritz was thinking of a ride in town for the same thing. So, yeah. Anyway, that alien design there is, well, at least it's not humanoid. But what you do have there is something that it looks like someone took a big bug head and they just stuck a third eye on it, top of its head, and then they stuck that bug head on top of a octopus. But the legs are kind of weird, but look like they're backwards or some shit. But he was trying to make something that was just completely alien. Like I think Piers Anthony understood that um, the concept of what is something going to be completely alien. But that being said, it's there are so many different forms on Earth that I would think that probably life here has tried all the possible forms, or most possible forms. Probably not all, but most. So maybe there will be some familiar features on an alien. But to think that they're all going to show up and they're going to look basically human. I mean, them Corey Good people, they even talk about what they call them. I forget what they call them. But there's an alien race that basically looks like Northern European people. They look like humans, like just straight up like humans, according to them. Along with these avians and a bunch of other shit. I guess there's one alien they were talking about that's like, I don't know, 50 feet tall or some nonsense. And I mean, just ridiculously, completely made up bullshit. I mean, people are just eating that crap up. It's kind of, it's scary. It's annoying. People just don't have the ability to see past, or they don't want to see past that shit. These scam artists, these liars. Jay Fritz on with the cherry on top. Team Boy says, damn it, I'll be back in a little while. Michael Haywood says, not a drive-by shaking. Yeah, drive-by shaking. Maybe she's go with me, Mr. Haywood. Papa Craig says, later to Timmy Boy. Always eat the cherry first. Always, well, I don't eat shakes anymore, but there was a time where I was at Sonic every night to get a shake. And I'd always take the cherry off and throw it in the bushes on my way out. Don't like them cherries. Don't like chocolate milkshakes. That what she said? Brandy says, I had me a milkshake last night. Didn't bring no boys to the yard. Maybe I should be on the lookout for sloppy second cats. Jay says, Papa, something bad wrong with you for not liking chocolate milkshakes. Paramedic says octopus may be alien. Yeah, I know I saw where some people were trying to suggest that, but the reality is they're clearly um, genetically related, and even the morphological characteristics to other cephalopods, squids, and stuff like that. I mean, they're clearly related to life on Earth. They're not. They're not alien. They're not alien. The good thing is, though, is that they're very intelligent, and I'm wondering if maybe one of these days we find out that they're closer to us than we realize, or at least have the potential. They just don't. Because if you think about, humans, like there's even humans today that are in primitive cultures. They don't know anything about computers or electricity or, they don't, they'd be just as dumbfounded by this stuff as the octopus is. So, you got to think of that. Like a human that hasn't been taught anything, he doesn't know anything. And maybe the octopi are the same way. Maybe they just don't know, and they live in a situation where they may not, even though they might have the creativity, the cognitive ability to develop technology. They don't happen to live in an environment that's very conducive to the development of something like electricity. Um, it might not work out so well if they tried to do that in saltwater, right? So, but if they had a little help, maybe somebody tried to teach them. Who knows? I love you, Pucky. Says Barry and Brandy. Michelle says Phantasm, Rip Torn, fantastic. Jealous of Pucky. Possums. Pucky. Papa says, I heard that a few times before somewhere, Jay. Oh, the pain. Phantasm. Cherry bushes. Yeah. Yeah. That was literal. Like they have shrub beds at Sonic, and I'd throw it in there because I figured, well, there'd be some kind of animal that would get it. Brandy said it's hilarious when Lockbeard don't know what we talking about. Sorry, Lockbeard. That's okay. Calling old boy a puck wedgie for some reason. Franchise places here. None. Sonic. Huge good shakes. Yeah. But slowly kills everybody or destroys your system. Donald says never seen Sonic, and A&W went out years ago. Huh, that's weird. You never seen a Sonic? Lost your A&W. Jay says yes. Michael. Brandy says had a Stewart's for a while, didn't last. Parmex says, and what's up with those squid that hypnotize prey with bioluminescent? Yeah, that's cool shit. Talk about some cryptids, man. Yeah, calamari. Yeah. So what if that's a limiting factor for them? They may have the intelligence to develop electricity, but they don't live in an environment that would allow them to do it. Vermonsters. Bucky Haywood, it's got a ring to it. Papa says, LOL, Jen, calamari is the bomb. Yeah, calamari's good stuff. Need to find a way to have calamari without breading on it, though. Or like a carnivore breading. Like you could, if you could like make Parmesan crusted calamari. Donald says to Michael, got McDonald's, Burger King, KFC, Taco Bell. That's about it. Randy says, I can only eat the thin calamari rings. Those thicker pieces don't taste right to me. I usually go for the tentacles if they got them in there. If they don't have the tentacles in there, I'm disappointed. Because the ring is just kind of It's just this rubber ring. I want the damn tentacles. The ends of them get kind of crispy. It's good. Sure, athletes drop dead. Jay says, ain't eating in chicken that ain't cooked fully. Got that salmonella once, had shit. Hopefully that came across okay. Barry says, I've been craving Taco Bell and I don't really eat Taco Bell. Weird. Mr. Hughes says, we will be going back to cavemen with slumping style. Very possibly. Papa Craig says, I think I'll just skip it without the breading. Plenty other good stuff to eat. Well, sometimes like there's a buffet I go to sometimes where they have just a squid cooked up in a pan with, you know, there's no breading. It's just there's just squid in the fucking pan, which is okay. It's okay. But I bet if you took some squid and you coated it in Parmesan cheese and put it on a well buttered pan and put it in the broiler, it might turn out pretty goddamn good. I've never tried it, but Jen says, miss it till you eat it again, and oh yeah, kicks in. Michael says, ever since I used squid for bait, I can't make myself eat calamari. Slick, slimy, gritty old squid. Randy's got a soft spot for those Doritos Locos Tacos. Yeah. Surprised they kept those instead of getting rid of them. Like, you know, they'll get something for a while and then they'll just get rid of it. You know, it'll be like a limited time, and then I'll be like, damn, you know, you finally got something that's actually freaking good, and it's only for a limited time. Kiss my ass. Maybe your body's telling you something. Papa says, I spent years and years cooped up in a bait shed with a bunch of squid, poking it on hooks as fast as I could go. Chessboard's here. Welcome. Everybody saying hi. Jen says, Barry, you're constipated. That's what it's telling you. Brandy says, yes, like their fries. Makes me mad. Oh, those seasoned fries. Yeah. Might as well just keep them. People like them. I used to eat the XXL grilled stuffed burrito with steak because there was actual. It's like I actually had a burrito. You know, like the shit they normally have is so fucking pathetic. And now you got to go. Jen says, Barry, you're constipated. That's what's on. Oh, I already read that. Damn it. Where am I at? Where am I at? Chessboard, you old scoundrel. Constipated, you think? Randy says, sorry, Barry. If it makes you feel any better now, I'll have to go too. Get that out of here. Boom. Between you and Pucky, you know what they say about the Pucky. I can't say that I do. Can't say that I do. hilarious. I don't know if I'm locked up or what. Certainly seems like it. Maybe not.
Here's $50.
Michael says, I wish Tony was here. Tony who? Jay says, Mr. Haywood, your knight in the barrel. Yeah, he just gave a little favor in the alley for some money. Oh, Roger did. So aliens what? What about the aliens?
Jesus Christ! Oh, can we try the big silver one again?
It's like a tasty teenage boy.
You scared of that Tony fella? Michael says, Fritz, I know I'm giving somebody a break. Huh.
I like to fuck my cat.
Which one? There's so many good ones. I don't know which one you're responding to.
Yeah, now turn around and lay an egg on the glass.
Stupid thing. Function. There we go. Oh, the probing visual. Yeah. Well, it's appropriate for the subject matter. Not Sylvester. What has his stream turned into? I don't know. Cat one always makes me cringe, says Jen. Why? If that makes you cringe, man, there's some fucked up shit that happens on Mr. Plinkett's show. That's it. That's where that comes from. It comes from Mr. Plinkett. He does some fucked up shit. Like there's one where he ate. What did he eat? I think he ate a bunch of Taco Bell. Actually, y'all were talking about Taco Bell. I think he ate a bunch of Taco Bell, and he was criticizing Star Wars. And J.J. Abrams and George Lucas were pissed off at him, and they showed up at his house. Anyway, Mr. Plinkett had the most epic case of explosive Taco Bell diarrhea you ever did see, and shat all over George Lucas and J.J. Abrams. It was a goddamn mess. Barry says, wait, I was in one of those videos once. Were you? Somebody wants to bonk a cat. Yeah. Meow. Yeah. Where's Ruthless when you need him? Maybe I should get that George Lucas, J.J. Abrams, Mr. Blanket clip. Maybe I should. I don't know. Where's Satch tonight? Where's he at? That's his clip. He was talking about that band. That's the Who band, but spelled H-U. They do like the throat singing and hard rock. It's pretty cool stuff. Brandy says the cat one isn't even funny. That shit's not natural. They got spikes on their junk to prevent the female from getting away too soon. Say what? Well, you know, as Malcolm would say, nature finds a way. Apparently, the way for cats is a spiny ass cock. Mr. Hughes says there was a stream when a dude put his finger in the cat ass. The cat did not move at all. Mantle. What? Yeah. Oh, like, is that on? I mean, would that even be allowed on YouTube? That's some. That's like, did he do it for real? I mean, that's the. I mean, y'all, that video's fake. You know that, right? He's not really banging his cat. Jen says last he said Satch he was feeling like crap again. Oh yeah. Need to get him liposomal vitamin C to fix him right up. Maybe take some of that stuff that Joe Rogan was, trying to tell people about, but of course YouTube thinks it's the authority on you know, what's medical misinformation and blah 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 blah. You know, see, I know people still aren't understanding what really happened there. It's a goddamn scam. The whole thing was a scam, and people, um, things like the thing that Joe Rogan was talking about, we're finding ways to defeat the attempts to actually make people sick, to make it look like there really was a pandemic. See, they were doing things to make you sick, and there's certain things going on to make you sick. And it's a whole big fucking thing. But anyway, one of the ways of defeating it is with things like what Joe Rogan was talking about, and they were censoring anyone talking about that substance on YouTube. Well, who censors shit is Nazis, because that's what we're dealing with right now. Is modern day Nazis raising their ugly head, and it's just a matter of time before they start getting really violent against the people. Sooner or later they'll do it. Just wait. But anyway, for most stuff, if you're getting sick and your doctor's trying to give you medicine, or you're taking any kind of medicine, stop. Just stop eating poisonous food and take a liposomal vitamin C if you can afford to get it, or if you can figure out how to make it. There's people that tell you how to make it online. Or at least like take huge doses. Take it in small doses, but throughout the day. Like one day I took 20, I think it was 20, was it 27? I think it was 27 grams of vitamin C in divided doses. Like I took like a gram every hour or something like that, or every half hour. However I did it. I think it was a half hour, but it was a total of 27 grams. Most people will never take more than either a half gram or a gram. Anyway, it won't kill you. You can't overdose on it. What it can do is if you're fighting something pretty bad, your immune system's fighting something pretty bad, it can give it the tools it needs to defeat it better. And vitamin C is it. It's one of the things. Jay says Joe having a hard time shaking it for sure. Brandon says, "Oh no, I hope he can get to feeling better soon." True that. When are you doing the stream again, Brandy? Mr. Hugh asks. Michael says, Joe worries me talking about the increasing congestion. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, I've seen him. He's talking about it, and he's, I guess he took that test. And again, I told you guys, the test isn't telling you the truth. It's telling you something. There is some information there, but it's not what it's not what the government's telling you. They're full of shit. Mr. Lee says liver. Just saying. Jay's taking Metamucil. Here I am trying to tell people no more fiber. Do not take fiber at all. Period. All fiber does is fill you full of a bunch of stuff that you can't digest. Like your system, like it's a muscular thing. It's supposed to be active and do things, but it's about half poisoned and bogged down and paralyzed, and it don't function correctly because of all the poisonous stuff people are eating. So you basically got to pack your gut full to where I feel like it's kind of what's going on is you're just under pressure and it's kind of forcing it through that way. But the reality is if you eat the right foods and you don't eat any fiber at all, you'll be a lot better off. Because I remember those days they said, "Oh, fiber, you need fiber. More fiber is always better. More fiber lowers cholesterol or makes you less likely to get colon cancer." All complete bullshit. So, Brandy says, "Not sure, Hugh. I'm charging port on my phone is all messed up. I'm not set up to StreamYard on PC yet." Mr. Hughes says, "That will happen, Michael. It's all planned." What part? The Joe's congestion? Michael says, fatback grease will do it too. Yeah, like some people when they go to carnivore diet and they're eating plenty of fat. Like I love fat. Like there was one day we had our boss fed us steaks, and everyone's trimming the fat off their steaks. I passed the plate around. I said, "If you're trimming your fat, just put it on this plate." And I sat there and ate a pile of steak fat. And everybody's like, "What the fuck is going on here? What did I even watch this now?" It's like I ate the good part and my steak. But a lot of times people make the mistake to eat too much fat, and it'll flush you out. Tastes like crap though, says Jay. I'll try to give a heads up before the next one, says Brandy. Barry says take shots of castor oil. AAA says Gary. Oh, Gary's here. Gary Johnson, welcome. Jay says castor oil is the worst tasting stuff ever. Yeah, I wouldn't take that. Barry says, I know Joe was joking. Michael says, if you eat fried fatback on an empty stomach, bam, the drizzles are on you. Yeah. It's, I mean, you fry some fat, get browned and stuff, boy, it's some good stuff. But yeah, you gotta hold back, because you eat too much, you will get the super shits. Yeah, it's real good. It's real good. Puckwudgie with the drizzles will probably open a portal somewhere. Very likely, I would think. Very likely. Shoot. See if I can find. Something that pertains to what you guys just said. What in the hell is this? All right, how about this? Dang it.
Part of travel is when you come home, because that's when you see your country with
Trying
new
to find a
eyes.
certain clip, but
I was amazed.
we'll see if I can
to
find it here in a
realize that
second. Portal
we're
Tom,
the only
Portal
country
to Hell,
that
Crickets.
tells the rest of the world on a nearly constant basis.
Barry, Mr. Lee says to Barry, have you seen Sasquatch? Gary says, seems like I'll say good evening, yeah, young squatchers, ha ha ha. Barry says, I'm not lately, but yes, why? Yes, I have.
I can guarantee the greatest country on earth. Canada's one of those countries. You know, this country is more obsessed about.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to find the clip I was looking for. Might take a little bit. Michael says, hello, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Hughes says, where is Hiveless B? He don't come around in these parts no more. Mr. Lee says, just wondering. Just wondering. Sasquatch. Mr. Lee, you got Sasquatch in the head. When you gonna come up with any more pictures or some video of these UFOs you've seen? I wish I was able to get the camera rolling for what I saw the other night, but it happened so quickly. It was gone, and I don't know what it was. I don't know. It was just an unusual thing. Barry says, Mr. Lee, you were there when I talked about it, I believe. Paramedic says, Hiveless is finishing up an album, last I heard. Can't really remember. You've heard too many stories, Mr. Lee. But that's part of my issue with the whole damn thing. There's too many stories, and the stories are all not helping anything. They haven't got us anywhere. You know, that's why I'm like, I don't need new stories. There's a million stories out there, and not one of them have led us to the fucking goal. Not one. So when people, are like, oh, we need to make it where more people are willing to tell, I'm like, no, fuck that. We need to screw some shit down and say no. If you're scared to tell, then just go on the fuck home, and keep it to yourself. Because I mean, at least for me, I don't give a fuck. Go over to Bigfoot Odyssey and tell that shit over there. But all it is just another story that's not going to accomplish shit, but it's going to feed the fantasies of people. What I need is proper science to be done. and not people claiming to be doing proper science, not people out there in the woods trying to prove what they believe. They're looking for confirmation bias. They're like, oh, well, I believe that Bigfoot made structures, so I'm out here looking for structures, and I'm making claims that this is a Bigfoot structure. This couldn't have possibly felt like this naturally, but it could. Maybe your limited imagination doesn't allow you to understand how that could end up that way. But you know what I mean? So fuck these stories, man. If people want to tell stories, that's great. All I'm saying is the stories aren't doing anything. They're not fixing anything. And people getting upset with me because they think I'm going to spook people from talking. Too bad. What I'm demanding is actual goddamn results. Because stories aren't going to fix anything. If there's actual threats to people in the woods, we're not doing anything to fix those threats, to learn what the danger is and learn how to defeat it. We're not learning that from these damn stories. And we're having to sort out these damn stories too, because a lot of these people are goddamn lying. A lot of these people are just mistaken. Now, some probably true, but how do you tell? So, I don't need any more stories. What I need is someone to show up with a story who we can actually glean some useful evidence as a result of that story. If we're not going to be able to get useful evidence out of your story is not helping anything. So, you know what I mean? Keep it forward, getting the S's into the A's, whatever that is. Can't. Gary, AAA, that's better, dude. I don't know. I don't think he knows what AAA is. Pat's here, says we have enough stories. Time to act. Yeah, there you go. See? There you go. Welcome to the chat, Pat. Stay home. Thanks, Doc. Chill with dog. Stay home. Mr. Lee says, Pat, oh man, yeah. Where was you last night, Pat? Papa Craig says, if you're afraid to hear, go. If you're afraid to hear, go one the fuck home yourself, big guy. Oh, you are home. I'm not afraid to hear anything. What I'm saying is the stories are useless. They're useless unless they lead us to evidence. If the story leads us to evidence, it's, someone comes into the police station and makes a report, somebody got murdered. Well, you're gonna have to tell us some details where we can, and where the evidence is at. Where did this murder occur? And we need to go to that scene of that crime and gather evidence and try to find who was responsible. If someone tells a story, it just adds to 1,000 stories that doesn't lead us to any evidence. Most stories do not. So I want results. So the question is, does everybody else in this community want results? Now, I think about 90% or probably more don't. They don't want results. They want to keep this gravy train going. Like people like, Bigfoot Odyssey over there. People are just handing him money, and he's produced precisely dick. And there's a lot of people here in this chat that agree. 168 was a nothing burger. Mogs and Stevie B and them, they were edited pretty much all the way the fuck out. But damn it, we got to see Porcupine Man Christopher Noel fucking lying ass scam fucking. Oh, it's a baby Bigfoot. No, it's not, you dumb fuck. And get out of here with your autistic Bigfoot bullshit. You're full of shit. And then Mark Zasky with his fake shit. Yes, sir, it does, says Gary. Oh, here comes Barry. I knew that was going to piss Barry off. Honestly, I don't give a fuck about proper science. And that's the problem with people like you. You're a detriment to the whole damn thing. We're never going to find out any answers from people like you. And here we go. Oh, you ain't doing shit in that pedo van. Really? You're gonna go there, motherfucker? Why? I mean, I was surprised to see you come in here. Actually, I was surprised to see you come in here. All I know is I've probably spent a lot more time in the woods than a lot of people in this community, and I don't know what more people want from me. They'll try and say shit like boots on the ground. Fuck off that boots on the ground shit. My boots was on the ground when I was a little kid. I was chasing snakes for the most part, but if I'm out there wandering around the woods and up and down the creeks and stuff and trying to find snakes and fishing and all that stuff, if there's Bigfoot out there, maybe there's a chance I'd run into it, but it's a chance, right? Everybody isn't going to run into it. It's a kind of a rare occurrence. So, but this is a little tactic that people use. They're trying to suggest that, oh, you need to do something. You need to do something. You need to get out there. You need boots on the ground. This is a cop out. A cop out is what this is, where you're trying to suggest that I'm not doing anything. That I need to go out and do some of these glorified camping trips that some of these guys are doing, because that's all they're doing. They go out there, they're making too damn much noise. You think you're gonna go out there and hoot and holler and try to make a Bobo style mating call to fucking Sasquatch, and that's gonna accomplish anything? Is that gonna accomplish anything? No. I always go alone. I always go unarmed. That's just the way I always have been in the woods. Gold prospecting way up on the mountain, the whole damn thing. There was a period about 6 months I was pretty much down in the river the whole time. Stayed down in the woods by a river. I was just kind of sick of society. And it was really hard to get me out of there. I guarantee I've spent more goddamn time in the woods than you have. So don't tell me I'm not fucking doing shit. Don't fucking tell me shit. I've been observing nature, things that most people never notice my entire life. Tell me I'm not doing shit. What I see is an entire community not doing shit. Very few people are doing much. I mean, I want some goddamn results. But people say you need to get out and do stuff. Well, I've done all that I can do. What I need is to be able to get to a site where a legitimate sighting, not one that's made up, not someone that's lying, a legitimate sighting where there may be some evidence, and you need to get there quickly. That day, if possible, because the evidence is degrading moment by moment. If there's DNA, if there's footprints, rain, animals, wind, all kinds of things can destroy the evidence. Time is extremely critical. I mean, we got people actually trying to tell me, oh, you don't need to go to the sites. Yes, you do. You absolutely must go to the site. That's the most ridiculous goddamn thing I've ever heard. You have to go to the site where the incident occurred, where the creature was definitely at. So I don't think some of these people want to find shit. They don't. It's just. I want results. So, I don't know what the fuck you want, but apparently to make a ridiculous statement like this bullshit right here. Fuck off with that shit. Fuck off with that shit, Barry. Get the fuck out of here. Paramedic says, unless you funded like the government death squad, all they give us are stories. Papa Craig says, well, Lockbird, don't go to channels that tell stories and then give people like the nice ones who shared recently a bunch of grief. Brandy says, you say time to act, though, and don't act. What's up? I don't think you guys are hearing me. Barry says it's true. He criticizes and doesn't do anything about it. Whatever. Get the fuck out of here, Barry. You don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm trying to wake some people up. Mr. Hughes says a story, and Michael doesn't wear high heels. Randy says these are not researchers out in the field working towards discovery, though. Squatchhawk says Locke is right. Stories are not evidence. Stories only point towards a real phenomena. Yeah. Yeah, my goal is to find evidence. I want to see proof that these things exist. I realize that some people are what they call knowers. Well, that applies to you as an individual if you saw it, but it doesn't apply to me, and it doesn't apply to the world of science. You would think that all you people would want to be vindicated in the world of science by proof of this thing existing. I mean, you should be realizing that I'm probably your one of your best bets out there. Like, I'm the person who is seeing these flaws and where you're all going wrong, and you're going up these blind alleys. You're going down these ridiculous rabbit holes with stuff. You're listening to people that are telling just the most ridiculously stupid lies, and you're never going to get to any kind of evidence. Everybody's looking for footprints, and everybody wants a body, but you're not acting like you want it. You're not doing, things the way you need to do to get there. People are telling me, "Oh, just go along and work with everybody." I'm like, well, how about some people work with me? Listen to me and the direction that we go with some of this stuff. Pull the joint out. Mr. Lee says, Barry Brownie, you should not all call him that, though. Papa says, Lockbeard, talk to Arizona Squatch. Go out with him for 2 weeks. He has a challenge out to anyone. All you have to do is camp there. Here's my problem with that. If he is set up with, I don't know. I don't know him. I don't know that he isn't a scammer. I could be going out there and he's got someone out in the woods hooting and hollering and knocking on trees and shit. And that's not fucking evidence of Sasquatch. Maybe footprints might be useful. Maybe we can acquire DNA. But what's he going to hand me? A handful of his own hair and say, oh, it's a Sasquatch hair. No. Jay says, Mr. Haywood sold my 2 kayaks after that gator incident. Looking at one, those Tracker Heritage models with 50 on the light outfit. Barry Brandon says he calls it and talks about folks so he can tease what I have to say. What? Randy says, Lockbeard, everyone who claims to be about the science constantly complain about what people do wrong. Then what we have done in science, y'all say aren't credible. The DNA studies aren't credible. Well, yeah, there were some issues with what they've done. If it was solid, then mainstream science would accept it. But everyone, when you say that, people say, no, there's a conspiracy. There's always conspiracy. No, if you get the real DNA evidence, no one's going to be able to deny it. Yeah, whatever, dude. Get the fuck out. Michael says, Mr. Fritz, that suits you better, in my opinion. Mr. Fritz. Gary says, I do not use science whatsoever in what I had to do. That's abundantly clear, Gary. Brandy says, nothing will ever be good enough. Mr. Lee says, Brandy, I don't understand. Can you explain? Yeah, much safer, says Jay. Brandy says, a body, how will we know it's a real body? There will always be some excuse why nothing is good enough. Well, I mean, if there's a real body and there's scientists that are observing it, yeah, I mean, what do you mean, how do we know it's a real body? How did they know that it wasn't a real body in that freezer? Somebody actually looked at it and said, oh, this is a suit. Pretty straightforward. Michael says, I've been a 14-foot John boat man most of my life. Brandy says, so yes, you have to go experience for yourself until you know for yourself. Nothing will be good enough. Experience is one thing, evidence is another, though. I'm my own worst enemy? No. I'm taking down the bullshit, and the bullshit's over at Bullshit Odyssey. That's for damn sure. Mr. Lee says, Barry Browning, no need to call nobody here a pedo. Papa Craig says they reported what happened on the way to the camp out you wouldn't go to. They never claimed to be researchers of any kind. They owe you jack shit. They told someone else, and you're pissed about that. Why are they interested in the subject at all, then? You know, what's the whole point? Just to sit around and tell campfire stories? I mean, what's the point? What's the point of these people, you know? Or what they're doing. What's the point? What are they doing? I mean, I am in this to find evidence. So I want some people to step up. And when you have an actual encounter, to actually let people come look at the site. Let people come look at the site. Unless you're afraid that the people that look are going to find out that you didn't, that it was something that you were mistaken, you know, because that's what it looks like to some people. Some people, that's what they're saying. I'm not necessarily saying that, but some people are going to say that. They're going to say, oh, they claim this, but wouldn't tell people where it was at so people couldn't go see and figure out if maybe they were mistaken somehow. And how convenient the pictures changed. They said, well, we saw something different than the pictures. Well, that sounds like some magical stuff there, right? It sounds really convenient. Now, if it was true what they saw, then the best thing they can do is have people go look at the site, and maybe they can confirm something that they have claimed that they saw. The only reason to not let people go look at the site is that there's something to hide. That's what the conclusion a lot of people are going to make about this. That's going to be the legacy of this particular story. And I hope that people learn that lesson from this situation. It's too late to go look at the site now. If there was footprint evidence, if there was DNA evidence, it's washed away. It's blown away. A fucking bear licked it up or some shit. Something, it's gone. We need people to actually let people see the site, tell you exactly where it's at. And so, you know, so again, what do you want out of this whole thing? You just want to tell your story, and you know, I mean, I've had some people get mad at me because I don't believe their story at face value. It's like, well, you know, there's a lot of people telling stories here, but nobody's coming up with a way for us to get actual evidence that the story is true. So whereas I might be 99% sure that Bigfoot's out there, there's still a part of me that thinks everyone's full of fucking shit, or they were mistaken what they saw. So why is it that nobody or very few people are actually willing to help in the goal of getting that evidence? They'll jump on it though. They'll jump on it like, you know, the Ketchum DNA. They'll jump on that. Oh my gosh, Ketchum DNA. Oh yeah, well she didn't prove it to the scientific community, so a fail. That's a fail. So Squatch Hawk says, yeah, the bar for the dumb masses is you aren't allowed to opine if you don't have better footage. Yeah, and the footage ain't going to prove much anyway. That's the thing. I mean, we got people that have footage, but I want some goddamn evidence. I want to be able to learn what methods are necessary to repeatedly and reliably observe the Sasquatch people, so that we can actually teach other scientists to go and study these people and actually see, you know, what their behaviors are, what they do. We should be, if they're real, we should be able to learn how to do that. We just haven't figured it out yet. Brady says, Mr. Lee, no matter what anyone shows or comes forward with, there is always someone to knock it down. Barry says, I called the van a pedal, aka pedal van. Pedal vans typically have no windows and they're all white. You're way off the mark with that, Barry Browning. This thing has very big windows. It's a conversion van and it's certainly not white. So there's a fail for you there. Tall Lens is here. Welcome. He says, hey, Barry, don't be a bitch. Mr. Hughes says, you're on to something there, Branny. It's all lies from the day you were born. Mr. Lee says, Barry, why you come to this chat then? To take the piss then? Spoken like by a true bitch. Fuck off, Brent. Nobody gives a shit about you either. No, Barry, that's the description of you. You're like, you got all pissed off a long time ago because of the criticisms I was making of 168. You took it personally instead of because hell, there were people there that I didn't think were full of shit. Mogs was there and Stevie was there, and I didn't think they were full of shit, but they had gone to this thing where there were some people that were full of shit. We all know that they're full of shit. Mark Zasky's so full of shit, it's insane. But I had no real opinion on whether you are or not. But you, because you were associated with that, you took it that way. So that you outed yourself, basically. Because a person who's not full of shit's not wasn't going to get upset. They were going to think, they were just there. But you took it personally because you're probably full of shit. You outed yourself. Probably. I still don't know for sure about you. But the way you reacted, it's kind of a red flag that you're full of shit. Brandy says Barry is not a bitch. Knowers don't need to prove anything to anyone. Well, look, he's out telling people he saw it. Here recently, someone actually said, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. They were saying the person who makes the claim doesn't have the burden of proof. That's the exact opposite of what the goddamn fact is. If you make a claim, you have the burden of proof. Now, you don't have to do anything. It's a free country. That's true. But you can't expect other people to prove you wrong. You have to prove what your claim is. If you claim there's pink unicorns, out in the woods, you are the one that has to prove that. Otherwise, it's automatically bullshit. To a lot of people. Some people might believe you. But if you make a claim, the burden of proof is on you to prove it. Now, if you don't care to prove it, that's your business, but it's still not going to look good on you. It's going to look like you can't prove it because it's not true. Mr. Lee says, okay, calm down, knuckleheads. Mr. Lee, always trying to calm everyone down. Barry says, because the land looks, I don't believe that. 3PO, time everyone out. Yeah. Brandy says, why don't you go after the scientists who don't want answers? Where are they at? I think that the scientists would, for the most part, jump all over it if they were able to see any evidence. We need to come up with the evidence. I don't see any evidence out there myself. So what I need is for people, within, they're close to me because Arizona's a little far, right? Unfortunately, if they see something, they need to, be willing to talk. Why are they scared to talk? I don't know. These days, now back in the day, I see what the deal was. Culture was different. Today, man, just talk. But we got to get people on the site, and we got to get people on the site fast. Wait, so it's first place. What's up, Bat Mom? Tall one says, fuck off, Barry. You're a joke. Crawl back in your hole. Damn. Papa Craig says, any evidence was deluged on the next day? Someone went there. I heard you say you wanted to see what they saw and try to prove it. Go there, man. They don't hold still. Conditions. Right shit is a problem. No, it's not. No, it's not. This is what we need. This is why some people are taking interests in what I'm saying here, is because they're sick of it too. Decades now, no evidence, nothing. Because what y'all doing isn't getting anywhere. And in fact, some people have even said they don't want to prove Bigfoot. Well, then those people are on a whole different thing than me. So they just just go and do their own thing, I guess. But what I'm after is proving the species exists, and also taking down liars and thieves and the hoaxers and all that stuff whenever I can, because I don't like them. They're muddying the water of the search. Kind of like that. What Pat said. Mr. Lee has a nut twister. Brandy says people who claim to have DNA, y'all don't believe. Claiming DNA and actually having DNA and proving that is two different things. Mr. Lee says, Barry Browning, I have to say you are a peckerhead, though. Everyone says you're so funny, but you never made me laugh, just saying. Brandy says, people who have casted tracks, y'all don't believe. Well, some of them aren't really, like, you can tell by looking at it, it's just a depression in the woods that looked kind of like a footprint, and this person thought it was a footprint, but there's no proof it's a footprint. Could take it to Meldrum, and maybe he can determine if it's probably real or not, but even that's not 100%. At the end of the day, we need to get the opportunity to get an actual body, and that is a goal. Now, I don't think we should kill one. I think we should get to where we can reliably and repeatedly observe them, and then one day an older one is going to fall dead, and we will be able to observe where that body ends up and then retrieve it later when the rest of them are away from that site. Barry says, Brent, is that supposed to make me mad for information that didn't? Barry, I love you, says Brandy. Amen, Papa, says Batmom. Brandy says, anything that comes out is always called bullshit. How do you move forward? Real evidence. Jay says, excuse me, Lockbeard. All right, well, are you leaving? We'll see you later then. Yeah, I love you, Barry, too, Barry. Hello, Batmom, says Monsieur. I didn't start this, but I'll be the bigger man. Bow out. Y'all have a good night. Adios, Barry. Batmom says, Lockbeard, they are in it because of experiences, not to prove anything. Jay says, so I'm not allowed to be in this subject anymore. No, you're allowed to be in the subject just fine. I don't know how you got that out of what I said, but Mr. Lee says, good night, Barry Browning. Whoops. Then chat jumped on me. We go to because we thought other people saw them or would believe not to be hassled by you. Well, I'm on my own channel here, is all I know. I mean, if you feel hassled, then, I mean, you're free to leave. But if you are actually interested in the search for real evidence to get there, there's only certain ways we're getting there. And the way the whole Bigfoot community has been doing things is not getting there. And it sounds like a lot of people out there are simply don't have the same goal as I do. So, whatever. Oh, man. F off to Mr. Lee, huh? Tall One says, you brought bullshit into the chat, Barry. Piss off, Winker. Jay says, I was on that map with you, brother. I know, man. I know. I was trying to help you. I know. The reality is the whole thing was shot before. What people need to do is learn from this incident now going forward. When something happens, we need to get people to the site as quickly as possible. Do the people, but again, it sounds like a lot of people don't want evidence found. And in some cases, I think people are trying to hide something. They don't want it investigated. So I don't know. All I know is there was a group of people there that are interested in Bigfoot, and yet no one wanted. I don't know what I'm. All I know is if I was there, I would want to go to that site as quickly as possible. And I'm just, it's just really, I don't know what happened there. Michael says, Mr. Fritz, you are in it no matter who likes it. What's going on? You calling us liars? No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is if the site needed to be looked at, because there might have been some things that were misidentifications or something. And we need to rule that out, right? Because if we can rule that out, if we go there and we can't see how there could have been a trick of the light or anything like that, then maybe it lends support to the story. Gary says, when one has an encounter that you're looking eye to eye, it will change the way your eyes see things for as they are. Yep, I said it, damn it. Yeah, that barely made any sense, Gary. Folly, a trail. Gary, do you believe it too? Papa says, most of us can't do research. We won't tell you because you didn't ask nice. We don't want a bunch of bumpkins running all over the area messing up stuff. So, I mean, that sounds like gatekeeping. That sounds like you guys unilaterally deciding who can research stuff or not. And, and this is harmful. We're talking about adding to human knowledge. Whatever these things are that are out there, if they're out there, we need to get the knowledge. We need to understand what they are. Are they a threat? How do we defend against that threat? Some people are telling us from their stories that these things out here are taking children. Now, if they're taking anybody, if they're hurting anybody, we, as reasonable, logical, ethical people, have a duty to try and figure out as much as we can about these things. So, it's a duty. Now, it's a free country. People don't have to do shit, but other people are free also to look at people who won't do anything to help in determining this information we need to know as unethical, as people not wanting to help protect other human beings from potential threats in the woods. This is a problem. Batmom says, Mr. Lee, I missed everything again, huh? Barry says, sir, let's come 8 months ago. You said on this channel you didn't even believe in Bigfoot, so who is really the liar? Not even going to justify that with a response. It's everything. Jay says, man, I'm 74 years old. I didn't want to see what I saw. I surely wasn't charging that thing, whatever it was. Michael says, a lot of people don't choose to be exposed to these encounters, but have to deal with the aftermath. He's just getting warmed up. That mom, CVB really pissed him off. That mom says, I was it was our friends showing us what they found on their road trip to go camping. They are not researchers. They told us because we are YouTube family. Says Batmom. Mr. Lee says Barry Browning. I thought he was on. Oh, he wanted to get one last jab in. Papa says later Barry Browning. Brandy says this shit hurts my heart, man. I'm sorry. Mr. Lee says that Barry Browning always starting troubles. Oh my God. Brandy says, Barry, talk to you later. Love you. Yeah, Barry can fuck all the way off. He can fuck all the way off. Done with his shit. Michael says, Mr. Fritz, bud, you and Ace on this deck of jokers. Papa Craig says, she merely said, I'm not giving you or Donald directions. Yeah, I mean, and I guess the question is why, you know? Why? Why the gatekeeping? Why deciding that you know, knowing full well that there's a lot of people out here that would want to go and investigate this site, but we're going to keep it secret. We're going to keep the location secret. Don't want nobody, and nobody's supposed to be there. So, you know, no, for one, nobody tells me, you know, where I can and can't be. That's bullshit. I'm a free person, and I'll go wherever I want. But I thought people in this community would be on board with any kind of investigating of any sites. And it seems like we got people trying to keep us from investigating sites. They're doing the goddamn government's work for them, keeping this whole damn wrapped up thing. Because obviously the government's trying to keep this shit secret. And we got people in the Bigfoot community helping the government do that. We need to investigate sites. It's so rare that we get a chance to go to a site immediately. This was an opportunity. This was a fantastic opportunity. Unfortunately, I wasn't there, but there was a group of y'all there. It was a fantastic opportunity, and it got just thrown away. So for me, that's a horrifying situation. You know, there was an opportunity for some evidence to be found. It's a rare thing that this it's never happened to me. I've been all over the damn place. Colorado, New Mexico, all the way to the east to Appalachian Mountains, all over Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri. It's a very rare opportunity, and it got thrown away. So yeah, I'm gonna have a thing or two to say about that. You know, people in the Bigfoot community, the cryptid community. You know, I thought everybody was wanting more evidence, but apparently not. Apparently not. So this is a problem, and it needs to be fixed. And again, people are free to not do shit if they want to, but I'm also free to say it's unethical. It's unethical. Mr. Lee says, Brandy, no disrespect to you, but love Barry on another show. Batman says, Barry is friends with Doss Fault. Don't remember him ever stating that his friend's van looked like a pedo van. Now you calling them full of shit? Goodbye, Barry. You're 100% full of shit, says Tall Ones. Jay says, you don't know Stevie's entire situation, bro. There's just so much she can say about some things. Barry says, Mr. Lee, Barry has never mistreated me. I'll love him wherever I want. Who the fuck are you people? Evil as hell, wanting to fight. I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. But it's here. It's happening. there's just shit that needs to be addressed. I mean, you seemed happy enough for me to address the fight that you were interested in before. Well, there's more fights out there than that. And part of it's just the behavior of the entire cryptid community, or most of it. I want progress. I want evidence. I want to figure out what these things are, what the dangers are, and what we can do to protect people from it. Are there people really being taken out there in those woods? Are there children disappearing? Do you people want to protect the fucking children? Let's ask that question, because that's what part of this is about. People believe all that. They are people reading David Paulides' missing 411 shit just for entertainment? Is it because it's cool? You like the true crime stuff, or are you interested in a potential threat to children and maybe finding out something that'll help us stop it, protect those children? No one needs to prove anything unless you a murderer or a thief. Says Batmom. Powermax says, dang, get to a bite to eat and come back and choke listening on this. Later, folks, I've seen enough car wrecks. Mr. Lee says, Brandy, I don't want to fight, but when someone tells me to fuck off and call LOCKBEARD a pedo, that upsets me. Batmom says, Brandy, is someone saying you can't be his friend? Believe the story of LOCKBEARD. They've seen something that day. Good night and stay safe, friends. See you later, Mr. Hugh. That mom says maybe there's something that's more important that they can't say at this time. I don't know. It's just. Here's this little piece of information, but you can't have that piece of information, and blah blah blah, and it's just like. All I know is if I had an experience, the first thing I'm going to do is tell every fucking detail to people, because people need to know. More knowledge is power and makes people safer. And I'm going to tell every little bit of it and tell people where it happened and all that stuff. Because I'm not equipped to do proper full investigation of stuff, and other people might be that are nearby and can come do it, and it needs to be done. We need the information, and I don't care if other people don't agree with that. They may not care about scientific advancement, the advancement of human knowledge, learning to be safer, better protected from whatever threats are in this world. But I am. You didn't need to watch Smoke Show. It's not about researchers and proof. It's just talk. They said they didn't have any evidence, but if you want to hear the story, here it is. You should have left, says Papa Craig. Oh, Craig says they told someone else, Lockbeard. So, I don't even know about that. It's 105. I'm about to croak, says Batmom. Papa Craig says he said they told someone else again. He said it like 3 times. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Miss Lee says if Barry said that shit to me in the street, he would get his head, but just saying. It's been 102 here, Batmom says Rex Hand. Melba Ketchum, I believe in. Yeah, I'm not 100% on that. If she had real, there's some red flags in the whole damn thing. And if she had real DNA, I think the scientific community would not be able to deny it too easily. And notice how there's nothing new out of that, right? There's nothing new. Like if she's been able to obtain DNA, she ought to be able to continue to obtain more DNA. But Mom, there's 97 here. Brandy says, but Mom, nobody's going to tell me who I can be friends with, and Mr. Lee isn't going to tell me what I can say to Barry either. Lockbeard's whole thing is freedom of speech and chat, right? Yeah, say what you want, but you want to like Brady's Brandy. You're the bomb as usual. Ruthless is here. Welcome, Brandy. Mr. Lee says to Brandy, I don't care what you say to Barry. I just don't like being told to fuck off for no reason. People want to believe. Long time no see. No go. Looks like I popped in at the right time. Drama. Yeah. Randy, how did you come to the conclusion I'm telling you what to say? Yeah, he's not telling you what to say. Papa Kirk says, I'm not interested in the search for evidence, really. I'm interested in the evidence. Didn't you just say you can't go to Arizona anyway? Rutha says, oh, amishly, span a wrench, don't turn my nuts. What? Big time. Barry Browning's fault. Well, here's the thing, Mr. Lee. He hasn't been here in months because he was all pissed at me about the 168 thing. The only reason he showed up here tonight was to find a way to start shit. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Fix Mex American? What? Tall one says, is the site location being withheld on purpose? Yeah. Yeah. We were told, like, one of the first things I remember being said is that they didn't feel that anyone was supposed to be there. Like, I don't know why they're withholding the site. I mean, this is the cryptid community. You know, everyone should know. Everyone should know that if there is a new sighting, people are going to want to see the site, and if someone's afraid, like, that's one thing that I've already heard from some people, right? That's what they're reading into this, is that the reason why the site location is being withheld is because someone is afraid that it will be proven that they were mistaken of what they saw, and pride will be hurt, right? Now, I don't know that they were mistaken about shit, but I just know that when someone doesn't want to tell you, it's a public place, it's not like it's a research spot or anything like that. When someone doesn't want to reveal the location, that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. So there's very few people that are going to address this issue like I am here, and I think it needs to be done because the Bigfoot community needs to hear loud and clear. If you have an experience, even if you're not an investigator yourself, if you're not interested in investigating, we need to get people to those sites. We need the information. There's multiple reasons for that. Just the advancement of human knowledge alone is very important. If you're someone who, if you don't want to advance human knowledge, what the fuck is wrong with you? I mean, that's the whole basis of what our species is. That's why we became so intelligent. And yet we got people today that don't want to learn anything. It seems. I don't know. I mean, they don't want to help advance science. I mean, God damn it. They just want to hear Bigfoot stories. And as I've said multiple times in the past, even, that more stories aren't helping anything. The stories up to here haven't helped. Unless a story leads us to evidence, the story is completely worthless. It's just a story. It's not proof of anything. And you might as well just take it over to Bigfoot Odyssey. And this is getting very, very maddening. And with people saying some of the ridiculous things they said to me last night, and these people don't seem to understand why it's fucking angering. Everyone plays part, Mr. Lee. Papa says, like he said, videos are nothing, casts are nothing, stories are nothing, sure, a lot of fuss about nothing. See, it's things like that. This kind of commentary right here. No, really? Seriously? Tell us where you were going to call your bullshit. What? Exactly where you were or were going to call you bullshitters, like. You're trying to say that's what we're saying. No, no. But it's just that why would someone not want the site to be investigated? Why would it be stated, I'm not telling anybody where it's at, I don't think anybody should be there? Why is that person queen of the goddamn world, and gets to unilaterally decide that the scientific evidence that was potentially on the site cannot be had by the rest of the world? This is a huge problem in the world right now. It upsets me greatly. I mean, we got people that just want to just hide knowledge from the world just because they have the power to hide it. Maybe they get a high off of it. I don't know. You know, you got people that want to just destroy things that are part of the legacy of the whole damn world. This belongs to humanity, not one person. Any science behind this Sasquatch mystery belongs to all of humanity, not just one person. But we got people out there that think that it does. They think that they get to decide for the rest of humanity what you can and you can't know. I've seen too much of it. I'm pissed off about it. There's even good people involved with this shit. And this civilization, I'm watching it crumble before my eyes. And it's crumbling because of stuff like this. This is not a major cause, but it's a little thing. Little things like this. People who are not a contributing member to the scientific body of knowledge. There's someone actually standing in the way of it. So, I mean, it sucks that I got to be the person that's really going to really say this, but someone had to fucking say it. Okay? We got people standing in the way of scientific knowledge of these strange things that are in the woods. Now, the question is going to be why. And I've had people say to me that they believe that it's because they have something to hide. Now, I don't know that that's the case. But this is why this is a learning opportunity for the rest of the Bigfoot community. If you hide the location, you're just going to get people thinking that you're hiding something. Because why hide the location? And that's exactly what's happened here. I'm not telling you who all said that to me. Just passing through. Well, this is last night all over. Good night. See y'all. Yeah, I know. I didn't mean for it to turn out this way, but always people's backs the wrench. Tried 12 hours trying to install it. What? I don't even understand that. Papa Craig says, wrong again, Lucky. They told someone competent to do field research. They reported it to the deputy sheriff. That's for the kids and everyone. Now you give them grief because they didn't. The deputy sheriff doesn't count. Are you serious right now? Go there, Lockbeard, and flatten your tires. I dare you. I've seen you looking over the map. You know the right spot. Fat Mom says more like 2 shows worth of things to say. Papa Chris says to listen to Lockbeard, you'd think these guys kept the location secret from everybody. That's not true. What does that make you? Papa says, I think I'm wasting my time talking to a brick wall. Moog says, Papa, I'm going back up there soon. Good work, Moog, says Papa. Jay says, man, we were only thinking about getting out of there. You're forgetting we were stuck. We're two old people and a lady with 2 prosthetics. We saw something for sure, but we were more worried about survival. Absolutely. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, yes, double standards. I don't appreciate being told to fuck off. Yeah. He came in here to start shit, Mr. Lee. That's what he did. Papa says, it's not that, Jay. He just pissed because Stevie B won't tell him where you were. No, it's a little more significant to that, and I don't think you're getting it. And you're trying to tell me the deputy sheriff is adequate. That deputy sheriff is not going to go out there and seriously look for evidence of Sasquatch or any other kind of entity. And if anything, if he knows anything, he's probably been told to just write a mundane report, throw this one under the rug along with everything else. He's part of the government, and the government has to be hiding the facts. So reporting it to the people that are hiding it doesn't count. Yeah, Jay don't have to explain himself. I think people are taking this wrong. It's just like Barry Browning taking that whole 168 shit wrong, right? When I was criticizing Carrie and some of the other people that were there, that doesn't mean I'm criticizing everyone that was there. But he took it personal, which means he outed himself as he was. If I'm talking about people that are full of shit, then he outed himself as being full of shit as well by getting all pissed off about it. I mean, you were there and Stevie were there, and you guys got censored pretty much out of the freaking documentary. And so, I wasn't talking about everybody was there. I was talking about certain ones that I don't trust. Gary says, all I see is, man, I don't even know what you're saying half the time. Papa says, the other channels that welcome your story. Yeah, but he's coming into channels like this just I don't know why. I really don't know why. Peyote is a hell of a drug. Little Kilroy's here. I don't know. I tried to explain the best I could, Mogs, but everyone's taking everything worse than they should, and they just don't seem to understand. See you later, Mogs. See you later, Jay. Which gasoline was less than $1 a gallon? Yeah, me too. I don't know what you're talking about there. Smoking it around here. Control. JT says control. Welcome, JT. Papa says chessboard. We bitched about it when it was below $1. Yeah. No sense in talking to a brick wall. Well, if you think that way, I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall when talking to most of the Bigfoot community. Everyone has every excuse to disagree with me. So, whatever. I can't help them. I can't help people that seem intent on keeping only certain people in the loop, and it just seems like that maybe they're hiding something, or they get some kind of feeling of power from it. Look at this, I got this, and you can't have it, or whatever. But that knowledge belongs to all humanity, not just the one person, and not just the deputy sheriff who's not going to investigate shit on that deal. They said themselves that he was scared shitless and wanted out of there. JT says people have learned a long time ago, love to control anytime they can. They use it. It's crazy, man. Yeah, like the experiment where they were shocking people. Oh, yeah. So big for once, and I'll tell you where in my britches. Mr. Lee says, Papa Craig, my girlfriend, said that earlier. Here I am. What's up? Says life is a trackway. Welcome, life, to the chat. I won't, because #1 gets now. Do you understand what I'm, Gary? I look. You never write a coherent sentence. Hardly write a coherent. What is your original language? I feel like almost that English isn't your original language. Is that what's going on here? Because your sentences don't make sense most of the time. Mr. Lee says, "Life, I'm going to tell you, you missed everything, man." Mr. Lee says, "Gary, I understand, man." Life says, "Well, shit, Mr. Lee. Well, apparently you didn't miss anything good because a couple of people just jump ship." Stevie B says, "Not without me, Mogs." Welcome to the chat, Stevie B. Chessboard says, "Life's trackway, the lowest thing in the world, whale shit." Papa Craig says, "You're not going to look either, Lock, so what the fuck?" Yeah, I've tried to explain this whole thing, but it's just people just seem intent on taking it wrong and not understanding. So Gary says it ended with God's angels there on your behalf. What? Mr. Lee says, "Gary, I know that I have an angel that watches over me." Barry, you're back, huh? No, what? No, I did not say that. What I fucking said was I wouldn't put it past Mark Zasky to do something like that, or Carrie. I didn't say that they did. I just said I wouldn't put it past them. So don't even fucking come in here and tell me what the fuck happened, you idiot. Get the fuck out of here, Barry. What the fuck? And hell, and apparently now it's not just me that thinks that. Someone was in here saying that he's putting his own artwork out there and taking pictures to falsify these pictures. So I don't know that there's evidence of that just yet, but I would certainly be interested in seeing it. All I know is the stink of fraud is all over Mark Zasky. So you associate with frauds all you want, buddy. You go ahead. You're just outing yourself, defending them. You like Chris Noel too, Mr. Porcupine? Well, he tried like hell to deny that was a goddamn porcupine. Everyone with a goddamn brain could see that was a goddamn porcupine. Fucking moron. Fucking Chris Noel. Fucking moron, man. Fucking whatever, Barry. Get the fuck out of here, man. Son of a bitch. Lee, does your girl call you from outside saying, "What the hell?" Sometimes I'm. Stevie, all I know is this is the Bigfoot community. It's a rare opportunity to have people on site that have connections to a bunch of investigators. Some of them maybe nearby could have come. I might have even chosen, if it was within a reasonable amount of time where I thought that there might be a chance of some evidence on site. I might have even gone into debt to go out there to make this one happen, because I haven't run across any real incidents that were happened anytime recently around here. Out of all the massive amount of time I've spent in the woods, I've never really had a confirmed incident with Bigfoot or any kind of other entity. It's a rare opportunity. So what I want from this now is for the rest of this community, the Bigfoot community, cryptid community, is to highlight and understand that when an incident happens, time is of the essence. It's just like a crime scene. You got to get to the crime scene immediately because evidence is degrading by the moment. DNA, footprints, whatever, fingerprints. Because I'm in this, I'm interested. My interest is in proving it exists. Proving it exists, and then being able to scientifically observe it, reliably, repeatedly, be able to teach other scientists how to do it, the methods required to be able to do it, and to give this knowledge to humanity. And whatever else is in the woods. If there's really some missing 411 shit going on out there, people are in danger. Humans are in danger. We need to be making the maximum effort to figure out what those dangers are and how to defend against them. But I might have gone into debt to go out there and actually do this one. But it's too late now. The footprints have long washed away. The DNA is long washed away. Papa Craig says, I've always found it's much less stressful and happier life if I try to get along with the word rather than try to make it get along with me. Gary, is that it? Yes. Long finger on each hand. Papa Craig says, hi, CV, Lockbeard's unhinged, that you won't tell him the location. You're trying to paint this as something there's so much missing in understanding why this is an upsetting situation, Papa. So just stop, please. Fuck off, Barry. Chessboard says, Papa Craig, take care, blessings. Take it easy, Papa Craig. Who's friends with a wife beater and calls Lockbeard a pedo and tells me to fuck off. Thank you, Barry. Peace. No, I don't think it is beside the point. I wasn't criticizing you when I was talking about 168. And you drew conclusions. Like, people will read stuff and not truly understand what's being said, or hear something and not truly understand, or insert a word or whatever, and they come primed to take it wrong, and then they take it wrong and then attack you like you did to me, and then it's ended up with this whole fucking thing. So there didn't need to be no thing, but you made it. So whatever, dude. I thought you were leaving. No, you guys said it was some kind of white entities out there, but somebody said that there was a picture with a Bigfoot in it, so that was added to the interest there. Mr. Lee says, I do, but my interest isn't just in Bigfoot, right? My interest is in anything that's out in the woods, any kind of scientific knowledge that we could gain. Mr. Lee says, I do not often get so angry. I'm big time angry. Yeah, he just came in here looking to start shit, Mr. Lee. Barry hasn't been here for months. That's why he came here. Batman says, Stevie B, yeah, he confirmed it last night too. Here all day and all night. I would suspect they'd be lost getting out of there in the dark, but the general area is known. Sure has been giving you a lot of free rent in his head, CB. Now, a lot of what set me off last night is what some of the people in the chat were saying. Some ridiculous comments were made. Absolutely goddamn ridiculous shit. For someone to tell me, you don't need to go to the site. What the fuck do you mean you don't need to go to the site? If a murder occurs, you go to the goddamn site of the fucking murder to investigate it. What the kind of fucking dumb fucking shit was that? And there was other stuff that is just ridiculous. That I was trying to be as cool, calm, and collected and diplomatic about this whole thing at all, but the slightest hint that I wasn't just the idea that I'd want to look at the site, it's like the suggestion that maybe they could have been mistaken about something they said. I wasn't looking to attack anybody doing that, but people started attacking me for the slightest suggestion. I'm just supposed to just believe the story, not want to investigate the site at all, or have somebody do it. You know, ideally, you know, someone nearby would need to take a look at the site and try to find. And people started jumping on me and saying some goddamn ridiculous shit. So that's what set me off. Initially, gotcha, Bat Mom. Papa Craig says someone else is Bat Mom. Someone I know is competent. And you talking about Arizona squash? Because I don't know, some of the stuff. Plus, it's too late. DNA's washed away. The footprints are washed away. So happy Sander ain't watching. Oh my God. Going back up there. Send an invoice. Telling on you for cussing Mr. Lee, she says. Papa says, if you listen carefully about Mom, you'd know the evidence was rained out right afterward monsoons. Mr. Lee says, Bat Mom, no, shh. CB, y'all have no clue where we were. I know for a fact you'll never find it. Well, see, and then there's like that, you know, the challenge. Like, oh, you're never going to find it. And I'm not going to tell you. Nana. Yeah, see, I mean, this is, you see how this is kind of, you know, why are you gatekeeping it? Why does the potential knowledge that exists at that site not belong to all humanity? Why is it only for a certain few? Donald says, I'm back and I missed some excitement, I guess. Yeah, people. Papa Craig says, has anyone ever seen Lockbeard Cool, Calm, and Collected? Most of the time. Well, not a murder, but some people got stuck, got spooked, and said they saw some kind of cryptid entities. Said that the video and the pictures don't show what they saw, which is very strange, right? Now, we're all expected to, I guess, believe that that's exactly how it is, whereas some people out here, I've gotten emails and stuff like this surrounding this, feel that, and I'm thinking it is a possibility that you guys just drove an enormous distance, a long, mind-numbing drive. You also have changed elevation by about 7,000 feet. Air's thin. You got Bigfoot on your mind because you're Bigfoot community people, right? You're stuck. You're stressed. All these things combined, and you could have had a situation where your minds are playing tricks on you. One person thought they were seeing something. Said, what is that? And then another person primed and started thinking they saw something too. So there's a very real possibility y'all were mistaken of what you were actually seeing. So to rule that out, someone needs to investigate the site, willing to objectively assess whether or not that was the case. To rule it out, to say, you know, this would prove it might be possible to prove that that there, or at least show that there was nothing detectable that could have led to something being mistaken as an entity of some kind. But this is the cryptid community. Like, this is what everyone here is interested in, and you know, that's why we're here, to try and figure out what the heck is going on out in the woods. Now, I want evidence of things. I want things proven. I believe this knowledge belongs to humanity. I think that any advancement of human knowledge is a very worthwhile goal, and it should be pursued. And it can lead to greater safety for us all out in the woods. So I'm hoping that this kind of thing will be a teaching moment that will spread throughout this community, that many people will start pulling away from all the stories. So we have plenty of stories. We don't need more stories. I mean, How to Hunt's probably got a bunch of made up stories over on his channel. He's just over there reading emails, and there's no vetting process going on at all. He just reads emails. Well, there could be one person writing different stories all the time, and he's just taking them all as whatever, and people just want to go there and they just eat it up. Well, I have no need for that, and there's so many ridiculous stories out there. Sorting them out is just an insurmountable task. So I'm tired of having to deal with that kind of thing. We need actual evidence. We need actual progress. Now, I know some people out there don't agree, and I can't remotely understand how someone could be in that position. Our species evolved intelligence for a reason. This should be a very basic primal drive for every human on the planet. The fact that that drive isn't there for some people is alarming. It's a sign of the end of our culture, the end of our society. Our civilization is going to fall. Every human being should be interested in the advancement of human knowledge. Every human being should be interested in finding out what these things are out in the woods and doing whatever it takes to get that information. We need to find out if these things are dangerous to us. Are these things taking children or whatever entities are out there? I'm not just talking about Sasquatch. I'm talking about whatever else is out there. We need to figure it out. And that is my goal. And if people don't like that goal, I can't help you, right? It's too bad. You know, some people have said to me, they do not want Sasquatch to be proven. Well, I don't care that person doesn't want to be proven. I do. And that's what I'm in it for. And people have a right to roadblock us on information. That's just, I believe in freedom. They have a right to do that, but I have a right to be critical of that. And I will be critical of that. So these comments are just crazy. Comatose after 5 p.m. Donald, where have you been, man? You missed everything. Batmom says, Papa, I don't know anything on the whole situation except for seeing the exhaustion and unknown thoughts that I saw in Stevie. That it was upsetting because I know how that feels. Seized up with Bigfoot. What are you talking about, Gary? The storm when we were up there. And again, time is critical. Papa Craig says, CB, you told a deputy sheriff, you told the location to someone else, and you're going back. Awesome. See, when you're doing that right there, I feel like you're trying to rub it in. See, nana boo boo, Lockbeard can't have the location. See, y'all are doing these little jabs and stuff and making these ridiculous conclusions, and these comments are getting absolutely goddamn ridiculous. But you know what? You know what I know? I know absolutely nothing's going to come from any of that. Nothing's going to come from it. I already know. So Mr. Lee says, I will feel guilty later for being a big mouth. Yes, I don't feel guilty. Okay, like this was brought up, and of course, there's been some conversation surrounding that whole deal. The information that can be gleaned might lead to knowledge that can save lives. You know, the people that want to be willing to go up there and investigate it, it is their right and their decision what risks they want to take to learn this information. If I go up there and I die in the process of discovering something that can save the lives of just one child, then it was worth it. But that's my decision to make. That's my life. But I don't think anyone's in any danger up there. But could be. So it still needs to be assessed. It still needs to be learned. So Batmom says, honestly, I don't think there would be any evidence anyway because those figures looked more paranormal, I thought. Papa says, so no one is tough enough to go there but you, Stevie. I can go with you, says Mr. Lee. Papa says, Lockbeard has blown a gasket. It's at 7,500 feet. What's the point there? Yeah, if you're used to it, yeah. But when you're talking about people that have spent a long period of time almost down to sea level and changing elevation that quickly when they're not adapted to doing it on a regular basis, could be a problem. That change in altitude does affect people. Go there. It's all a big joke now. I'm out. And I don't think it's a joke at all. Tom Cruise. Brian says, damn, I missed a bunch. Replay in the morning. Wait for live chat to load. Laughing my ass off. Donald says, Stevie, do you think we are going to poo on your narrative? Is that why you won't tell where the location is? Gary says, the best thing about Mr. Lockbeard, he saved Earl, so I'll give him 1,000 thumbs up. Oh, thank you, Gary. Mr. Lee says, Brian Chewy, I don't need to tell you. You missed everything, man. You know it. Yeah, you missed everything. Papa Craig says, I've tried to tell Lockbeard the truth that his personality has kept him from getting the location and he can't hear it. Yeah, see, there you go again, man. There you go again. I mean, I didn't say hardly anything until after the denial of the location and the ridiculous reasoning behind it. I don't believe anyone belongs there. Well, who is she to decide that for the rest of humanity? An incredibly rare opportunity to get some people on site. Even though it rained that night or that day, you know, there's still, this time is of the essence. Every moment counts. And also being able to get there and observe and see if we can determine that maybe they were mistaken. Maybe they just maybe they just weren't able to see why they were seeing what they were seeing when they were there. Too tired or whatever. Fresh eyes to make sure this would if their story is legit and if they're you know they truly did see what they said they saw, then they should want this. They should want someone to go up there and eliminate other possibilities to support their story. That's what I want to happen to me. If I see something, I want people to come out there and check it. Make sure. Donald says that's what it sounds like exactly. Lockbeard, nana, stick your head in the doo doo. Mr. Lee says the best thing about the show was Brent, the tall ones, calling Barry a wanker. Yeah. Didn't see that coming. Life says, shrug, I'll just go to camp on the rim. What's the big deal? Batman says, yes, it affects their breathing 100%, but they gradually climb, so they would only have had their ears popping and tiredness. Smells like a wet dog now, says Mr. Lee. Papa Craig says, absolutely correct, Trackway. Make yourself vulnerable. They may come scare you. Life says, Papa C. Papa Craig says, whatever they are. Mr. Lee says, hit it, knuckleheads. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Life says, the Papa Craig will star had a sighting here, so I went there sometime later to check it out. I wasn't in the exact same spot, but I was in the AO a couple days now, to be honest. Papa says, if someone else that went up there afterwards, gave you a personal report of their findings, would you believe someone else? I wonder. Well, I mean, it depends. It just depends on the person. But there's really, I mean, again, that's a belief situation. The goal is actual physical evidence that cannot be denied. But also, I mean, it's important in every situation to rule out mistaken identity. It just needs to be done. Wasn't expecting it was interesting. I didn't discount Will Star's sighting. Mr. Lee, you always say that. It's because you haven't refreshed. Team Boy is back. He says, hey, I'm back. I know everyone is excited. Oh, yeah, they're excited. They're taking the baseball bat to Lockbeard Pinata. Mr. Lee says, Gary, get you beauty sleep. Mr. Lee, you're fibbing, says Papa Craig. Yeah, probably got 9 or 10 likes and about 20 dislikes. So, Mr. Lee, so we're going to see you on Mogion Monsters show on Tuesday night. I think it's about time you got on the show. You fib sometimes, Mr. Lee? Oh, Timmy, there was plenty. Were you not here when Barry Browning told Mr. Lee to fuck off? Shit was getting wild. And, of course, everything I say, people just insist on taking it a little bit in the wrong way. They certainly don't want to see my perspective. I see what the perspective of some people is, like the people that they flat out do not want to prove Bigfoot exists. They don't want it done. I recognize that that's the way they feel. and I think they're free to feel that way, but I feel it's unethical. I don't feel it's the right position to take on the matter. I think we need to prove what it is. We need to learn everything we can about it and determine, best course of action from there. Is there, because without being able to repeatedly and reliably observe it, scientists actually doing this, right, and understand the Sasquatch and any other entities that are out there. We need to be able to understand them, and so we can set up protocols for people. So when you encounter this, this thing, this is what you need to do. Don't pull out your gun, slowly walk away, so on and so forth. With any animal, you kind of got to have some kind of protocol that you let people know. Look, if you run across this thing, this happens. If a black bear attacks you, you need to fight. So on and so forth. But there's just people that don't want to do that, and there's just been some weird, there's so many and a lot of things I'm seeing is from people that are I thought were on the more logical side of the Bigfoot community, but people saying stuff like, we don't need to go to the site. We need to go to the site of every single sighting is what we need to do if we can make it happen, if we can afford to make it happen. We need to investigate every single site. I said it's just like if there was a murder, you need to go to the scene of the crime. And then I got a response of, well, was somebody murdered? What kind of smart ass shit? See, that's the kind of snide ass remark. What the fuck? You see what I'm saying? And they wonder why I get pissed off. Well, they're saying shit to me that's goddamn ridiculous. That's why. I don't think it's too much to ask that we investigate the scene of any encounters of anything. I don't think it's too unreasonable for people to question why someone would want to hide the location of of an encounter. And there people are. I'm getting emails and shit, for fuck's sake. People are questioning it. They're like, what the fuck is this shit? Well, I don't know. But something don't seem right. Beating on you. Craig says they don't show us the thumbs down numbers anymore, at least not me. There's a way to set it. I can't remember how I did it. There's a way to set it up, though, where you can see them. But I use the website outside YouTube. Team Boy says he just jealous of Mr. Lee. Donald says Lockbeard was my last comment blocked in chat. What was? Let me see here. Your last comment before this one. Where's it at? Your last comment before this was way back, it looks like. It is. Okay, the comment was, that's what it sounds like. Exactly. Lockbeard. Nana, 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 stick your head in doo-doo. Yeah, that's the last comment I see before this one on the screen right now, Donald. Brian says, only 2 hours, 20 minutes behind the live stream. Yay. Mitchell Lee says, Lockbeard, if Barry Brown ain't coming on Moke's show, I'm going to give him a royal headbutt. Just saying, man. Yeah, I don't know why'd he jump at you? What did you say to? I don't even know how the hell that fucking happened. Yeah, I don't think so. Two got rid of thumbs down. They did get rid of thumbs down. There is a way to circumvent it. I can't remember. It's been a while back since I set it up, but I can see thumbs down because I did the thing, but I don't remember how to. I don't remember. You got to go to this other website and do this fucking thing. I'm sure if you do some searching online, you can figure it out if you really care about seeing thumbs down. YouTube's just ridiculous with stupid shit like that. Donald says, I don't want to see anybody going to the film site in Bluff Creek. Why not? Donald says, LOCKBEARD, what you're saying is being ridiculous. When you associated it with those three, you asked to be told if you're wrong, you're wrong. There's a difference here because these people are not researchers. What are you talking about? I haven't. Well, for one, I haven't said anybody was a researcher. I made no reference to researching at all in any of this discussion. I never said anything about researchers or researching. I said investigation. And I didn't say that they necessarily needed to be the ones to investigate. Somebody needed to, ASAP. Somebody other than the experiencers, specifically somebody besides them, because they've already got it in their head that they saw what they saw in this end of story. So they're not going to be able to do a non-biased investigation of the site. So because research is claiming what's out there as facts. Evidence should be proved if it was a researcher's claiming what's out there as facts. Well, with science, I'm not sure exactly what you're saying there. With science, a thing is a fact if every scientist that performs a particular experiment gets the same results. It's about repeatability. You can't ever have something proven by just one person, right? One scientist can't do that. He needs to have his peers be able to repeat his results. Donald says, YouTube blocking me. I was talking about putting a hole in the block of the van to get myself in a dangerous situation. Like a hole with a pew pew. Pew pew. YouTube don't like those words, man. If you mentioned the shooting, YouTube censored you. All right. This has been a dead horse beating all the fuck. I hope that people learn from the experience, though. Evidently, some people don't see why some of the commentary has been, well, just absolutely ridiculous. But it's weird. It's like a lot of the community is turning that way. When I heard a few weeks back, people actually saying it's not on the claimant. The burden of proof is not on the claimant. I was like, what? Are we in reverse world or something? What's going on here? How could anyone say something like that? It's the exact opposite of the fact. The fact is, you claim, then you must prove. It is a burden. The burden of proof is on you. You can't demand that everyone else prove it for you or disprove it. You can't prove negative anyway, right? And you can't. And if people don't believe you can't get upset because people don't believe you, because you expect people just to take your word as gospel. You can't do that. So Oh, he was just being a. I mean, the moment I saw him, I knew he was here to start shit because he hasn't been here in months. He was all pissed off about the 168 situation. You know, he mistook what I said, and he was just stuck on that. He wouldn't get off of it. He's like, "No, this is what you said." I was like, "No, that's not what I said." Or if I did misspeak, you chose to imply the worst. Anyway, you know, when I tried to tell him, it's like, "No, that's not what I said. That's not what I meant anyway." It should be cleared up now, but he's still, you know, he's intent. He was associated with 168, so criticizing 168, he's taking it personally. Well, the criticism of 168 doesn't fall on everyone, right? It doesn't fall on everyone. I mean, we were all upset because there was like just about nearly zero of Moogs. Did CBB even get a split second? You know, they weren't even on there. But hell, you goddamn, you know, you got Carey and Zasky. So, yeah. Mr. Lee says, Donald Barry was relentless, man. Terrible. Pump Craig says, I believe I have let you know that in this instance, I completely disagree with you. You're a brick wall, man. Mind like a steel trap later. Life says, I still don't get the bub. There was no self or service to plot the site. They was lost going in. They was lost going out. Just go camp around the rim and hope for an encounter. Well, they said they were not actually lost, and it's not about when they didn't have cell service. Of course, that's. I mean, I don't know why you're saying that. No one would expect them to, like, why does that? It doesn't matter. Of course, they didn't have cell service, but once they were out, and afterwards, it was afterwards when, because I didn't really, you know, nothing really came out until it was all over and everybody was pretty much gone, and for the most part. And I don't remember exactly when the statement was made that the location was not going to be released because someone decided unilaterally that no one should be there. That happened. It was way after the incident had occurred, but still. No, that's I'm not having that. I'm not having that. I can't, you know, we have this is the cryptid community. Why would we have one single person in here who is, you know, truthful and truly supportive of the whole subject matter here? Why would we have one person who would want to hide the site of an encounter like that? We shouldn't. There shouldn't be one. The only people that would be hiding sites would be people who have something to hide. Now, if it's in like the research spot, maybe they could say that, but this is definitely not in someone's research spot. So, yeah, this has nothing to do with when they were there and no cell service. That doesn't have anything to do with anything. And I'm not going to camp on the rim. It's pointless now. There's plenty of woods around here that I'm in all the time, that have had sightings. The point is that when there is a sighting, we have an exact location where something has been seen. That is a rare opportunity for people to check out and look for some evidence. Hell, if they're really lucky, maybe even see the same thing again because it's still in the area. Donald says, well, I always watch the shows a few times so it all sinks in, Mr. Lee. I'll see what shenanigans he was up to. Mr. Lee says, Donald, yeah, man, he called Lockbeard a pedo and told me to fuck off. Yeah, that's sort of how it went down. Little Kilroy says, why didn't these three people just keep their encounter to themselves? Well, that was another comment that was made. Is like, well, we didn't have to tell anybody. We didn't have to tell the encounter. I'm like, that's. Do you see how that's a dig? That a lot of times these people say, well, I didn't have to tell you. Like you're holding it over your head, like holding all this encounters hostage over your head. That's just one. That's another thing that just that'll make me angry. Someone trying to hold something over my head. Thinking because they feel a sense of power or whatever, like, because they don't like what I have to say, my assessment of the situation. Well, it's too bad. Everyone's free to make their assessment, but you just it's coming, and they should have known in this community that people were going to want to investigate this situation, and if they're going to talk. And I've said before, stories are doing precisely nothing to further the subject. The only way a story helps with the learning information about these entities in the woods is if that story takes us to physical evidence, real evidence. Well, it can't happen if people will not even let you investigate. They exercise the power that they know where it's at and you don't. And they choose to keep people out. So, that leads to me getting emails telling me that people are thinking they're hiding something, or somebody's hiding something. They don't want people to go out there and prove that their minds were playing trick on them, or something like that. Something like that. So yeah, and people get mad because they're like, oh, you're gonna make people not want to tell their story. Good. We got too many stories that are completely worthless anyway. They're providing no data, no evidence, and a lot of them are just lies anyway. So if there's heat, if someone who's making stories up, if they get a lot of heat over it and it encourages them not to talk, great. People who do want to talk, but I want people that are going to really talk. They're going to really give all the information if they had a real encounter. But most of these encounters aren't doing anything. And, they're just stories. They don't prove anything, and they're not evidence. They just end up over there on Bigfoot Odyssey or some other channel where they just let any old yahoo like Dr. Matt Johnson talk. Bullshit channels. And it does nothing good for humanity. It doesn't further our scientific knowledge of any of these things that people claim they see in the woods. But then at the same time, I'll get people pissed off of me because I don't believe their story. I'm like, well, I'm trying like hell to find good opportunities to actually get evidence that these stories are real. Why in the fuck are you mad at me? If you have an incident, you need to let people see the goddamn site. So you have to, if you're a logical person, you understand that a lot of people are going to find this hard to believe. You cannot get pissed at people because they don't believe your Bigfoot story. You can't. That's just ridiculous. Of course people aren't going to believe it. It hasn't been proven yet. I'm over here trying to figure out a way to prove it. I'm your best fucking friend, but they're attacking me. They're attacking me. So the question is why? Why? Is this some kind of power? How dare I question them at all? How dare I take issue with someone unilaterally deciding no one gets to see this, or deciding that only certain people get to see it? Everybody can't know where this is at. something stinks here. And a lot of people, like some people are saying it. They are saying it in chat. There's other people that are a little more quiet about it. You know, they don't want all that heat. Well, I'll take it. You know, I'll just take it because I want progress. And this kind of stuff is what's preventing the progress that I want. I want to see this thing discovered if it's real. And whatever else they saw out there on this particular incident, whatever else people see, if it's real, I want to see it. I want the evidence. I want to see the evidence come in. I want mainstream science to eat their hats when something like this is proven, because that's just going to be good, clean fun, right? But the evidence has to happen. The evidence has to happen. So, you know, there's a clear line that needs to really be a little more well defined. You got people trying to ride the fence, right? You have the Patrick Vaughns who was trying to act like he's on the logical side of things, but he got kind of outed, didn't he? And then he blocked everybody because his goose was cooked. The jig, Satch told me, the jig was up. And so he started blocking people, which is what bullshit artists do. They block everybody. They don't seem to understand it. People still see what they're saying. It's just that you don't see what the person you're saying. You don't like them. You don't like what they're saying. They're challenging you. So yeah, it's just this whole damn thing. Hanging out with the number one loser in the subject vault. Yeah, no shit, man. I never hear about him again. It will be too soon. Life says, and when, if you had an encounter documented in stereo, Technicolor, digital, 36 millimeter, 8 millimeter, composition book, plastic in the back of the milk carton. Huh? I'm not sure what that all means. I feel like there's issues there. Icon says, hey, y'all still on? Howdy, y'all. Hey, what's up, man? Mr. Lee says, Donald, yeah, I love you, Barry. Papa Craig says, Donald, if you are anywhere near where they were, I think from what I've heard, putting a hole in the block will work pretty good. You were looking on the map close to where they were. Go there, man. Icon says, hey to Icon. Welcome to the chat, Icon. Life says, Lockbeard no cell. They use OnStar satellite communication. They couldn't call out. Even Nikki confirmed it. I think I addressed that a while ago. I don't know why you're bringing up the fact that they had no cell. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about here. I don't understand why you're bringing that up. Icon says, Mr. Lee, hey man, sexy blue spanner you got there. Donald says, Papa Craig, I got some numbers emailed to me as a general area. Got a call, nail it down. No, it's stuck on. Forget it, Trackway. He can't hear it. No, I hear everybody just he's bringing up the cell phones. What the? That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about here. Absolutely, it's so off the mark. I don't even know. Did I miss everything? Yeah, you missed everything, man. Papa Craig says, "Oh, you've got it close enough. They move around. They'll find you and scare the shit out of you, maybe." Mr. Lee says, I don't need to tell you that you missed everything. Craig says, Stevie B held it over his head and he's pissed. Life says, hell, I found tracks. I wasn't planning on finding tracks that day. I didn't have plaster. I wasn't even looking for Bigfoot. Icon says, Mr. Lee, fair enough. Sounds like it was a long night. Papa Craig says, the Icon, same shit, different day. Donald says, Craig, I don't scare easy. The way I see it, it ain't no different than seeing a bear at this point. Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand why there's so much fear. Um, it's like scary movies, you know. It's a movie completely designed. Its entire entertainment purpose is to be scary, right? So I know that. So if I sit down to a scary movie, if it has no other redeeming value other than it's trying to scare me, then it's going to be a bad movie. It's going to suck ass because I'm not scared of a fucking movie. It's not a real threat. I'm not going to experience any fear. It better be funny or something, or have a good sci-fi element or something. But most of the time, it's just some bullshit, dumbass story. Most horror movies are, because the only thing they're trying for is to spook people. It's just ridiculous. So when it comes to Bigfoot, like, I know that if they're out there, they've been out there the whole time, and I've wandered over some pretty remote areas, and they never attacked me. I didn't even know they were there if they were there. So why would they now? Why would they now? So I don't see any reason to be fearful of them. Mr. Lee says, Icon, it was fantastic, really. Icon says, Papa, howdy. Yeah, I know it needed an attitude adjustment, so I got some ice cream. It's from England. Expander the first day. Yeah, he did, I think. Skip on the fudge. Sounds delicious. Timmy Boy says, in this group, if you tell an encounter what you think is going to happen, this is silly. I mean, everyone knows we're going to want the truth, and that requires hard questions. Not sorry. Yeah. Rich Lee says the trident is more effective. Donald says, Lockbeard, we can nail down the site now, but I can't get out there till the van is built. I mean, at this point, the only value I see in the site is a learning experience to try and encourage other people to see what I'm talking about, and hopefully they look through the chat and they see how ridiculous some of the comments were. I mean, people were trying to make these digs and they were making these points that were non-points. It's very odd. They were just trying to come at me from every kind of angle to try and destroy the logic behind why I was not pleased with what happened. Exactly what happened. I was being real. Like I said, we talked about that. I was trying to be real diplomatic. I didn't challenge anything really. I was just trying to say we really needed to have someone go to the site as soon as possible and check it out. Why is that a problem? That seems to be a problem for some reason. And they're trying to make it, it's about you because your attitude. How dare I say whatever? It's just ridiculous how this is unfolded. And they're trying to paint me as the bad guy here. They don't even see. This ridiculousness. These comments they've made have just been crazy. Some of these people. Yeah. So it's like on no harpoon better. Something sticks. Does it mean liar? I don't know. Timmy Boy says no one said that. Said liar, Papa. No, but I mean, it's within the realm of possibility, of course. Maybe someone uh, 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 is not sure that they weren't just experiencing a trick of light, and they're afraid someone's going to go up there and discover that was the case, and be able to film exactly what they filmed, and then be able to see what was the cause. So, I guess his Life Truckway is kind of a regional flavor, but it put out by Dean, so it may be in a broader market. Highly recommended. Donald says, so it probably isn't even worth going. Maybe the entity will still be there humping that tree when Stevie goes herself. Perhaps. I don't know. But with every passing day, it's harder and harder to replicate the exact conditions. Like I suspect the possibility that if someone goes out there under the same conditions, they're going to see what they saw and be able to determine that it was light reflecting off the rain. I've seen it many times when it's raining. Even the sun, the sun's behind clouds. It doesn't matter. There's still light, and all that light's reflecting off all those little reflective surfaces in the drops, and you can look out on some rain, and it looks pure white. So that's a possibility. It's certainly a possibility, and it just doesn't help that people were barred from even knowing. That just kind of makes people wonder. That's why I'm getting these emails, And Initially says, "Yeah, man." Initially's like, "No, Brandy pissed off with me, and Barry Browning told me to fuck off, so you missed everything." Timmy Boy says, "Tree humpers are dangerous." Yes, they are. Simply fucking well, says Mogs. Papa Craig says, Donald, Nana, and I sat right in camp with them all weekend after seeing one. They're scary looking, but they've had every chance to hurt me for 54 years. I'm not afraid either. Icon says, Mr. Lee, fuck a duck, man. That's crazy. Brandy, too? Damn, I did miss everything. Yeah, we're not allowed to ask questions. We're not allowed to investigate the site. We're not allowed to try and see if perhaps their minds are playing tricks on them. We're not allowed. That's what I got out here. And they're mad at me. They're mad at me. I got emails coming in my mailbox because people that agree with that kind of idea. Some people think that they're somebody's trying to hide something here, perhaps to save face, and not maybe just embarrassed or something. I don't know, but different people are having different ideas about this, but it could all be put to rest if someone that we could trust were out there investigating the site, but we don't have any guarantee of that. So I don't know what to tell you. I'm being attacked here for wanting sites to be investigated as quickly as possible. That's it. It's a perfectly logical, legitimate thing to want. It should be something that everyone in the Bigfoot cryptid community wants, but apparently not. So people can be mad at me if they want. Whatever. I have a perfectly legit, logical concern about this, a desire for what should be happening, and this is just something. This didn't go down the way it should in the cryptid community. I don't care. I never mentioned researchers. I said investigation. Even if people there weren't investigators, someone might want to come out that's nearby. I even said that I might have even just gone into debt to go out there and check this one out because it would have been a really good one. I think because I feel that the three people involved are pretty solid witnesses, right? Especially Jay. Jay's shown nothing but being a solid witness, the best I can tell, this whole time since he's told his encounter. And it's such a rare opportunity, and it was denied. It was denied. And that's before I really said much of anything, right? And then you got Papa Craig up in here telling me it has something to do with my attitude. There was no fucking attitude until last night when people were in here saying some goddamn ridiculous bullshit to me, and it was ridiculous bullshit. A few different people made some ridiculous comments, and of course I was going to go off on such ridiculous commentary. So whatever. Papa Craig says, yeah, my head hurts from beating it on this wall. See, you're calling me the wall. I'm not the wall. You are. Timmy Boy says, Mr. Lee, see that wrench has already gone to your head. It's never went off. You've changed. Hell, what, Papa? Life's no issue. Just get a document, find, learn the serenity prayer. I pray to no gods. Mr. Noggins, Papa Craig says, I was face to face with one, age 13. It turned around when it saw I had my 30-30 aimed between its eyes. I'm not scared. Disagree, Mr. Wrench. Talks tough. Donald 30-30 won't hurt the 10-foot tall stuff, whatever it is. Well, I mean, you stating that as if you know for a fact is, how do you know this? How do you know this for a fact? Well, for one, you know, how do you know there's anything 10 foot tall for a fact? But how can you say for sure that the 30-30 will not hurt something that's that big? I have a feeling that the bullets are still going to penetrate it. Might be hard to get a lethal shot in. I don't know, but Mr. Lee says, I want to see that movie. The Black Phone looks good. Donald says, Papa, the one that I saw wasn't anywhere near 10 foot. Yeah, there's been people claiming 10 foot, but it seems like most of the more reasonable sounding claims they're smaller than that. But I also know that people make mistakes about guessing the heights of things, the distances and the sizes of things. They make mistakes, so you can't take a claim that I saw this thing, it was 10 foot tall. You can't take that as gospel. You can't take that as it's absolute truth. This person can say all day long, well, I know, I can tell how tall something is. Yes. Too many times people have said stuff like that, and it's been proven that they didn't know what they claim they know about the size of something. Happens all the time. What logic? Totally emotionally driven. Okay. Mr. Lee says, Timmy boy, someone always gets upset when I get a wrench. I don't know why. I never do nothing. You can put anything in the US with 30-30. You can put down anything in the US with 30-30 in the right laid, brother. Sexy Abbots. Bots. I know you're brave, Donald. Just saying, careful, man. Donald says, Papa, I grew up in the woods. The only thing that may make me jump back is if a rattler surprises me. It's all Barry Browning's fault, telling you, says Mr. Lee. Papa says, Donald, I've run away from a skunk before, running into a big bear coming around a corner by the river, calling in a big bull, all scary. Mr. Lee says, Barry, I'm sorry you got hang-ups because you is a ginger. Learn to live with it. I have. Life says it's not necessarily a God. It's about having an understanding of things you can and cannot change. Donald says, I've been begging people to go in the spot where the shit happened for me. No one will take me up on it. What the fuck? I can't physically get in there myself. Papa says, hey guys, do I sound angry? Lockbeard sure does. Uncle Bone says, Lockbeard can't leave you alone for 1 minute. I seen 9+. Don't care if you believe. Uncle Bone says, Papa Craig, good to see you. No, you can't. Where you been? Says Papa. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, sometimes you are all matter of the fact about things. Life not like that, though. Just saying. Team Boy says, 29 people here. You got some lurking going on around here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Whatever. There's just I think there's a lot of people that are not interested in someone who is legitimately after evidence of the existence of Bigfoot, who is going to keep pushing people to do better, to stop even people that good people are creating roadblocks to success in this regard. Some of them because they straight up don't want Bigfoot to be discovered. So I kind of got to be on guard against people that are trying to sabotage the effort. Hell, a couple of those could be government agents for all we know, because we know they don't want them discovered. Don't know exactly why, but we can make some guesses. Reboot issues. Ice cream. Donald's take you up on a challenge. Give me time to get set up logistics. How goes it? I always wanted to see New Hampshire, says Life. Ruthless says, I just popped back in, right time it seems. Yeah, so I don't know what the hell to tell you. Papa's trying to paint this false narrative on me here now, so I can't fight that. He's calling me the brick wall, but he's being a brick wall about this. He wants to paint this certain narrative. He don't understand my motivations. He's twisted some of the things I've said. Several other people have. I mean, some of the comments have just been so damn ridiculous that it's why I got set off last night. So you can't say that I had some kind of attitude before last night, for damn sure. You can't say that. That's that false narrative again. You're trying to twist things and make the story fit to where you guys are the good guys in all this, and I'm pretty sure that's not the goddamn truth. That's just not the goddamn truth. So, whatever. Most of the keep asking questions. Some of us understand. Thank you. How goes it, mate? False narrative. Yeah, false narrative. Just go back and watch, man. Just go back and watch. Everybody, just go back and watch and see how it unfolded. See how these people, what things set me off in the chat. Go back and watch the other shows where I hardly even said anything in the chats on other people's shows. These people are coming to my channel. I mean, note that as well. I hardly said anything in those other shows. I was just letting it happen. And then you're in here trying to act like I had some kind of goddamn attitude up before last night, and then that's why this whole no, that's not what the fuck happened. That's not what the fuck happened. Last night, you people came in my chat, not necessarily you, but some of these people, and made some comments that were just bullshit. And that's what set me off. I was hardly saying much of anything before last night on my channel. On everybody else's channel, I haven't really said much of anything. Been very sparse with my comments. And you're trying to twist it to where I've been some kind of asshole from the very beginning, and then that's why, blah, 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 blah. That's bullshit. That's goddamn bullshit. And anybody can go back and look at all the chats and if they have the time and see that's what the fuck is the truth. So yes, goddamn right. Goddamn fucking right. Fuck, man. What the fuck you trying to pull? Donald says, life, where, whenever you can get here, research active September, November. Email you soon. Don't time me out, bro, says Mr. Lee. Ruthless says, sounds good. Don't want to go back to the origination. Find it bad then. It's fucking gaslighting, says Ruthless. Yeah. Papa Craig says, Lockbeard, do you want me to stop coming to your channel? Look back yourself. I did. I don't care what you do, Papa Craig. All I know is you're twisting the goddamn story right now. You've been doing it half the fucking chat. Speaking in wider terms here, says Ruthless, you make snide comments on everyone's channel. Ruth says, wasn't party to what happened in stream. Life is a trackway. DM me and your email address. I can make up some maps like Locke did on Google Earth. But I know all too well with the false narratives. Yeah. See you. Push unless I get lucky. Late October, 2 weeks off then, but it's dedicated to hunting here. If I tag out early, I'll make the trip. Papa Craig, why are you so upset? Tanny Boy says, like you're doing on here, is that what you mean, Papa Craig? 711 coffee time, $1. Ruthless says, I don't get invited to parties anymore. Or Icon says that's Ruthless. Have you been holding up? Uncle Bone says Icon. Ruthless says Icon, matey, I'm so over most people. They are shit. Well, shit. I mean, how much longer was I supposed to put up with that? Was I in everyone's chat making a big fucking ruckus? Up until last night on my channel was when I started getting a little worked up because people were in my chat making some ridiculous comments about this. How dare we want to go to this site? Someone saying, you don't need to go to the site. That's got to be the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard. You don't need to go to the site. Somebody needs to go to the site. It needs to be investigated. You can't, if you don't go to the site, you're not investigating shit. So they're suggesting we shouldn't investigate anything. And he's in here trying to say my attitude or something was the reason why she didn't want to reveal the location. That is a goddamn fucking lie. Now, maybe now she does just to be petty. I don't know. But that is a lie. Originally, that's not why she was withholding the location. So that has been a lie. It has been stated multiple times in this chat half the night. Managing the RV park here, either helpful or a dartboard. You've been respectful in my opinion, says Timmy Boy. Uncle Bones is still so damn hot by you. Simple as this. They went to camp out. They had a problem. They saw something scary. They told someone they owe you shit. They said they had no evidence. You do, and do you want to hear anyway? Someone did go. And they went to look as far as confirmation. Life says we have to set up Messenger, figure out something. Well, you did fucking lie right here in this chat. So there. And what's this about a Bigfoot? You said you saw a Bigfoot. They said they saw white entities, but you're saying you saw a Bigfoot in the picture. But there's no Bigfoot in the picture, right? Isn't that correct? Because you guys are claiming the picture changed. You guys are claiming the picture changed. Can you prove that? Can you prove the picture changed? So now everyone's supposed to just believe that some kind of magical force has changed the pictures. But we have to believe you that you saw a Bigfoot in the picture. This is why I got some emails sitting in my inbox. People are seeing this stuff and they're like, yeah, there's some bullshit going on here. That's what they're saying. So, but you definitely are lying about the location thing. She did not originally say, I'm not releasing the location because of fucking Lockbeard. She did not say that. That's not what it was. That's bullshit. You've been saying that lie all night long in this chat. Fuck you, make me smile icon. Whole YouTube community BS will only get worse. Well, it's got to. It's got to, because there's so much bullshit going on. And they're all wanting people like me to just shut up and let it be. Just let it slide. Let this shit slide. We're never going to find out anything. We're never going to learn anything new. You don't need to learn anything. You don't need to go to any of these sites. You don't need to investigate anything. Just let it slide. Roll with it. You know, all this bullshit where they're trying to shut up the people that want actual fucking answers, that want shit to actually happen. These people don't want shit to actually happen. Now, I hate to think that it's people like Papa Craig, but these people are coming up in here and they're fighting me on this. And I don't think I'm being unreasonable here about the kind of things I want to see happen. Not at all. And they're trying to say, oh, look at you all pissed off. Well, fuck you guys come in my chat and made some really goddamn ridiculous comments. Really ridiculous. So I can say whatever the fuck I want here, and I'm going to do it. And when people come in here and say this ridiculous shit. I'll say a sage sooth there, can't be wrong. Problem we both have. The all-knowing, all-seeing. I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. Email Lockbeard. He has my email. Uncle Bone says, Lockbeard, you only were respectful and wanting more information. I thought so. They came here and started making these comments. Some of these comments, it's like, really? You gonna seriously? Tim Boy says, Papa Craig, what did you see in the video? Just wondering. Rutha says, cancer spreads unchecked, just saying. Sasquatch Sammy Boy, keeping busy icon. Uncle Bone says, Lockbeard Papa Craig, seen a picture with a Bigfoot, not the light bright video. Go back and on Moog show. Well, that's what I thought I said, but where's the picture of this Bigfoot? I mean, has it conveniently disappeared as well? Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard saying what everyone thinks. Yeah, some of this stuff, I don't necessarily, have a strong position one way or the other. But people are telling me some stuff of what they think, and a lot of it makes sense, and a lot of it they're legit questions, and people have a right to ask questions, and at this point, like I said, I think it's just going to be a learning opportunity for everybody going forward. There's just certain ways to handle things, and I think some things could have been handled differently. And a lot of people agree with that. Luther says, your channel, Lucky, your rules. Timboy says, in the video, are you talking about something else? Their encounter, they had video that Moog showed on his channel. A lot of people have been commenting they don't see anything. I guess Matt Larson looked at either some video or the picture, and he said it's just a trick of the light. But they're claiming that the pictures have been changed somehow, and that what they saw is not accurately represented in these pictures and video. And of course, I'm thinking, and some other people are thinking, well, we could rule out the trick of light thing if somebody went down there pretty quickly before because the force changes all the time. Shit grows, shit falls, things happen. The position of the sun is constantly changing in the sky each day, not just from going over, but as the Earth tilts to the Earth in relationship to the sun changes. So it's time is of the essence. Somebody in that area can go there who's going to be objective, not be biased, and look at from that location under the same conditions and see if they can replicate that scenario and determine what it is. Or they might even run into some crazy white entities. I don't know, but because this has been restricted to a tight circle, We're never going to know. We're never going to know anything for certain. They're going to come up and they're going to say, well, we got this person. He went out and yeah, okay. Fine. Papa Craig says, no, it's not unreasonable to want what you want. It's unreasonable to demand it and call us names and liars when we disagree. That's not what the fuck happened. That's just flat out not what the fuck happened. That is a lie. Now, it's may have turned into that somehow here, but if you twist the words enough, I don't know. But that's not what I was doing. I wasn't calling people names. I wasn't calling people liars. I am now because that's a goddamn lie. Yeah, well, you've been up in here lying in my chat all night long, dude. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Uncle Bones says, Lockbeard Papa Craig seen one in a different video. Do not jump on him. What the fuck? What do you mean? He saw one in a different video. He did right off the bat yesterday, Uncle Bones. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Tim Boy says, but what do you disagree with? Do you doubt stories or ask questions when things don't make sense, Papa Craig? Icon says, Ruthless, yeah, looking forward to a slowdown so I can get caught up with household stuff. Ruthless says, you should see some of the Bigfoot idiocy in TikTok. I have to forward some to you, Lockie. You'll laugh out loud. I bet. Papa Craig says, same boy, I asked them lots of questions for a day. The trick of light thing needs to be discussed, but there's a lot more. 12 hours. Ruthless says, I can't watch TikTok rubbish. Yeah, I'm not on TikTok, so I may not be. I don't know if I'll be able to access, at China. Stay off the radar. Fucking tell it, Papa. Then fucking tell it, Papa Craig, says Tammy Boy. Ruthless says, Mr. Lee, but you watch trial trash on YouTube. Okay. Okabon says, Papa Craig, it is chat misinterpretation. I hate this. You are a good person. Lockbeard is a good person. Total trash says Ruthless. Uncle or Icon says Ruthless. It's hard to do at 6'2". Game Boy says you give half a story and get mad when we question it. Tell it all. Get it? Yeah. Ruthless says make like a ghost. Be cold and transparent. Ruthless says, or Icon says the Ruthless cool as a cucumber, mate. Ruthless says it'll take you to a link lock. You don't need the app. Uncle Bones says Timmy Boy. Ruthless says Icon like a cucumber in yogurt. Shredded. Papa Crick says, I know Uncle Bones. I'm sure it'll work out. Lockbeard likes a good fight on his channel. Ruthless, you are sick, twisted, and wrong. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, everyone fighting tonight. Better to get it out and done with. Donald says, I'm so tired with this YouTube community. We want to do a non-biased investigation, but we get met with roadblocks. What the fuck? And that's the thing. That is the thing. Can't make progress when there's stuff like this going on. There's so much BS out there to sort through, and when So it's very rare. It's already very rare to have an opportunity a of a sighting location pretty fresh to be examined, and it's just some weird stuff. I don't know, with pretty credible, or at least I think most of us agree that they're a pretty credible group. Um, it's not like it was Christopher Noel. um, why is this hilarious, Mr. Lee? That's true, but I don't like you and Locke scrapping it out. Rutha says this YouTube shot really fired up 2016 shit. Greg says, I know you want what you want, but this time in this way, it won't cut it. I wasn't being an asshole in any way. And the suggestion that I was is a lie. Is a lie. The last night when people made some ridiculous comments to me, I responded, and I was being as diplomatic as I was willing to be, even on that. There some comments were made that were just such ridiculously illogical nonsense that, no, I'm not having it. I'm not having it. Mr. Lee says, really, I don't understand why everyone is so pissed off. Jeez. Well, I mean, Mr. Lee, you want to know. And I want to know, and other people want to know what is really out there. And when you have people that are in the Bigfoot community, that you would think that these are people that you can count on to help with that goal, and then it doesn't happen, starts to make you question some things. Maybe the circle should be tightened even more. I have a list that I maintain of email addresses to various people for the situation in the case where if I happen to find a body, a Sasquatch body, that group of people, that email list of people is going to get a mass email from me telling them, hey, body found, come to this location. Because we got to scramble the jets in that kind of case, right? We got to scramble the jets. Because I'm goddamn serious about not letting the government hide this shit, right? Not letting the government hide this shit. And probably still won't be successful. But I've taken some people off that list because I've identified them as the enemy of the truth. They're scam artists, they're liars, they're thieves. And I'm starting to think that maybe I need to narrow that list down more, because there's just people out there that they seem like good people. They're really nice and friendly, but they don't seem to want what I want. And I want this proven. I want the evidence to come out. So, I mean, if I find a body, that's my plan anyway. Public place. People won't know what hit them when it happens. If it happens. But you know, that's the thing, you know, how serious are these people? Do other people maintain such a list like I do? At one time, Carrie Arnold was on that list. I was like, I thought, you know, this is someone I should probably email along with the rest of these people. Some in the Bigfoot community, some aren't. Certain scientists and so on. But I took Carrie off that list because at some point I determined, yeah, this guy is not a friend to the goal of truly discovering the truth of Sasquatch. So it is angering. It is angering. There are 99% of the people in this Bigfoot community seem to be functioning as anchors, preventing us. We're dragging it along, fighting tooth and nail, trying to get to a place, and we can't seem to get it because people either are actively fighting against it or they're not even trying. They're just kind of dead weight, something. Yogurt. TikTok turned to shit a year or so ago. It's absolutely ridiculous, Mr. Lee says Tammy Boy. Cucumber. Don't forget your cucumber. Take word for it, Ruthless. Ruthless says, Timmy, don't have to, just have to be observing things objectively. Wiki turned to shit 2005, 7. Net neutrality says Ruthless. People don't have a fucking clue, Timmy Boy. Ruthless says they think they fucking know. Uncle Bones says to Donald, glad you are here. Life says, I still don't get the hubbub. Some people won't, I guess. But, you know, they're never going to have the full story. You know, if they weren't there for all the chat last night, and even then they might read it and they may not understand why I found the statements not just wrong, not just logically just retarded, but offensive to some extent. The expansion of human knowledge is the most important thing we need to do. It ensures, with the more knowledge we have, the better insurance we have against death of massive numbers of people, if not total extinction of the species. People that stand in the way of the advancement of human knowledge are people that are putting our entire species at risk. It may seem like it's a little thing here, a little thing there, but people doing it here and people doing it there and doing it over here, it's all over. It's just this huge cloud of muddied water, and we're all anchored down in it by people that are not contributing to the advancement of human knowledge. Those people, they might seem like a good person otherwise, are putting human lives at risk. Putting human lives at risk. If people followed my advice on a number of different things over the years, just my words alone could have saved hundreds of thousands of people by now. It would take a damn long time to outline all those cases and instances and what that's all about, but seriously. And I'm not saying I'm just the greatest thing ever. I'm just saying some pretty goddamn simple shit, really. Some of it is. Trying to save the world here. The world don't want to be fucking saved. Tim Boy says, I'm a trisexual. I'll try anything once, Ruthless. I am the definition of objectivity. Icon says, Mr. Lee, kumbaya? What? Sarcasm is often a recourse of the weak mind, says Ruthless. Just saying, Tim. Agreed, he says. Uncle Bones, thank you. Mr. Lee says, icon, no. Ella laughing. Uncle Bones says, Ruthless, Papa Craig knows 100 of my mates are escaping WTF. Meredith here says, hello, Lockbeard, everyone in chat. I'll be listening. Hope you're all doing well. Well, as well as I can be in a clusterfuck. But Papa Craig says, God, I hear that about such an incredible opportunity. I'm bummed the evidence, if any was destroyed so soon. Whatsoever is still there, someone go there, please. I can't. Meredith says, good evening. Mr. Lee says, Meredith, you missed everything. How's your hand doing today? Craig says, Meredith, we're okay. Lockbeard and I are just pissed, I guess. Donald says, after this, Lockbeard, I have lost all faith in our community, making any strides in getting anywhere. I don't know if we need to just designate a specific group of us, right? I talked about creating like an organization of some kind that we're going to keep things logical. We're going to try and do everything we can to do this right. Maybe some more serious efforts in that regard should happen. And we just outline exactly, what our goals are and what our thoughts are and how things should go. And if someone doesn't agree with that, then they can't be part of that because they're not going to contribute. They're going to drag us down. They might as well, go hang out with some of these bullshit channels. Go hang out with the yahoos on the Discovery Channel or whatever Bigfoot shows they got going now. That's strictly entertainment. That isn't going to find shit. None of those shows ever will. Shouldn't call it Finding Bigfoot. It's not Finding Bigfoot. Might as well go over to the BFRO because you're certainly not going to get anywhere with them either. It sounds like a hell of a task to undertake too, because there's just so much that would be involved. But such a tiny minority of the community that seems committed to these efforts. I don't know. Mitchell Lee says, Papa Craig, you can make it up though, I'm betting. Rilla says, I don't see Meredith's comments. YouTube might be censoring her out, or you might be able to try switching the live chat and see if that fixes it. Uncle Bone says, Papa Craig, glad you're here still. Mr. Lee says, Ruthless, that's because you is a Aussie knucklehead. Donald says, Lockbeard and Donald aren't. Donald says, Lockbeard and Donald aren't getting the location. Nana goo fucking childish. Craig says, Donald, I lost that in the first 2 weeks after looking. We're doing the same thing over and over because we're thinking the same way. We've always thought we're going to keep getting that jack. Rutha says, nah, Mr. Lee, I'm not of a particular ilk, hence I most often disagree. It's a collectivist thing, man. Papa says, 50 years ago, researchers talked about shooting each other. We seem to have made some progress. Yeah. Well, I don't know. You got Vault of Nightmares over there. Mr. Lee says, Ruthless, you want to hang out with me and Russell Crowe later. Icon says to Papa, that's definition of insanity. Grasshopper says, I went back and watched the videos again. I still didn't see anything but light between the trees. Papa Craig says, Mr. Lee is our wrench for every nut that comes along. Icon. Moog says, oh, what the fuck. Timmy Boy says, that's all that there's. Grasshopper. Papa Craig, Mr. Lee. Okabone says, Lockbeard will look back. I care for Papa Craig and I care for you. Rutha says, Mr. Lee, I've had my fill of the rich and famous. Besides, Crow isn't even an Aussie. Grasshopper says, clueless after 30 years of working on cameras and light theory. Says, but the nut has a spanner. What? Papa Craig says, Grasshopper, they said you wouldn't see anything. They just asked if you wanted to hear the story. Mr. Lee says, Ruthless, really? He was on Neighbors, though. Ruthless says, don't make him less Kiwi born, Mr. Lee. Grasshopper says, Papa, that's fine. I wouldn't have released anything but maybe the story. Too many opinions of something. Mine's no different, just an opinion. Ruthless says, like Mel Gibson is an American that came here, heading off for lunch. Have a good night, Lockie. Catch up soon, Icon. See you later, Ruthless. Papa Craig says, they were hanging out on a bullshit channel. Has been my point all along. They're my friends, and you demeaned them. Lockbeard said, or Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, don't let it get you down. I still love you. Bullshitting. Grasshopper says, no, not me, Polly. I just said I didn't see anything. I never demeaned someone. Papa Craig says, that wasn't for you, Grasshopper. You backed up my whole argument just now. How so, Papa, says Timmy Boy. Mr. Lee says, we can argue. It's healthy, man. We can make up to fuck you, Barry Browning. Shit. Yeah, Barry. Where's Barry Browning? Is he over hanging out with Volt right now? Volt will threaten to open fire on you. He's made plenty of those kind of threats. Donald says, Lockbeard, I'll be working them numbers. I got emailed. When I get it nailed, I'll send you the actual coordinates. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. It's just such a disillusioning such situation. You know, I don't even want to go. I don't even want to go to Arizona anymore. One, you know, it's the cost. It's just too costly. But I would have had to go into debt to go and do that whole deal. But you know, there's the woods around here. You know, in them pretty regular basis. You know, there's been sightings around these parts, not far from the Washitas. Somebody pronounced it Owachitas the other night. Oh my God, Washitas! It's the Washitas. Yeah, that's just the way it's gonna be because it's useless for me to go there now. You know, it's useless for me to go there. So just keep doing what I'm doing here. Got Spot. 49 years old. Don't bear a grudge. No one, man. Papa Craig says, Timmy Boy Grasshopper said he had a sighting. Raptor Series says, hello, everyone. Hope you're having a good weekend. Hope everybody is safe. Raptor, my man, says Timmy Boy. What's going on? Papa Craig says, we were Raptor crazy. Now you're here. Mr. Lee says, Raptor, do I need to tell you you missed everything? Donald says, yeah, I fully understand. Maybe we can make a trip next year and grab some gold. Yeah. Well, when I was thinking about, the finances just aren't lining up. So I'm probably not going to go. Like, I was wanting to go now and kind of get out of the heat. in the summer heat, but it's just not going to work out for various reasons. But at some point I was thinking, maybe Arizona, but it's too hot. So maybe Colorado could get up there. There's some places up there as high as 10,000 feet. It's kind of cool up there where you can get some gold. But it's roughly the same distance to go to the Tennessee, North Carolina border where I've gone before to prospect or to pan gold. I don't know if prospecting is the correct term for what I was doing. I was just getting some gold. And so it'd be somewhat familiar territory, and I know I can find a little bit of flakes there and so on. But yeah, so I don't know. Just arguing. Raptor Sustained Boy. Raptor says, Uncle Bones, Papa Craig, anything going good tonight on the chat? No. Papa Craig says, I should put GTSY behind those kind of greeting, Raptor. Ready to hit me, Raptor? I ain't gonna hit nobody. Kind of hard to the internet anyway. The equivalent on the internet is what? Blocking? That's what people like the complete bullshit artists do. That's what Patrick Vaughn did. He blocked everybody that ever disagreed with him. That's what Tex did to me. And Mr. Lee, I think, didn't he? Didn't Tex ban you too, Mr. Lee? Carrie Arnold, Bullshit Odyssey. Hidden Exaggeration over there. They barred me. Several other ones have barred me because, I ask questions. They don't want questions asked. And that's part of what's going on here. It's part of what blew this out of proportion. We're just asking questions, wondering why certain things are done. I voiced some of the things I voiced is what people sent me emails saying, look, there's something's we don't like here. Raptor says, is this doing good? Come on here, I'll get you some gold flour. Okay, I could see you up and about. Raptor says, hello, Donald. Hope you're doing okay. Guess you're up here talking. Mr. Lee says, I have to take a pee. Girlfriend says, I make too much noise standing up, so I have to sit down and pee now. What in the hell, Mr. Lee? Raptor says, to Icon, I'm about ground above talking you guys, so I'm okay, thanks. Greg says, go to Arizona Lockbeard. There's a huge semi-open ponderosa pine forest. You can see things move in those. Works great for Wapiti, the ghost of the forest. Donald says, I'm really surprised Tex hasn't dropped the hammer on me. Oh, give it time. You're probably flying under the radar a little bit. Mr. Lee says, I just have to pee, man. No sense taking it all over. Uncle Bone says, Lockbeard, calm down. Papa Craig is a good dude. All right, guys. Somehow this turned into 4 hours again. Don says, what, Mr. Lee? Your pee-pee is far from the bowl. Papa Craig says, Mr. Lee, why didn't you remind me to take my meds? Should I give myself a shot for my cholesterol?
Be sure to subscribe to my channel if you haven't already, because subscribing makes you feel good.
Raptor says, okay, Lockbeard, don't get mad because you got blocked from Patrick Vaughn. I called him BS on Pat's channel. Just get even. Don't get mad, get even. Well, I'm not mad. It's just it's insignificant. It's a funny thing to point out is that he, like many others who have turned out to be bullshit artists, just instantly block people, or they block you pretty easily. They block you. Bullshit artists block you. This release is Papa Craig medication time. Donald says, "Thank you, Lock. Thumbs up, folks. Thank you, Donald." Uncle Bones says, "Raptor Crazy. What the fuck?" Timmy Boy says, "We all have been blocked from these channels. It's just a common thing." No, Raptor. Now it's a common thing now. Well, it really tells you where the bullshit channels are. It really does. They cannot withstand scrutiny. They cannot withstand questions. They'll claim you are being a complete asshole. Maybe you are a little bit, but look, I had people come in here. Fucking Barry Browning called me a pedo in a roundabout way. I know he didn't specifically say that, but it was a roundabout way he did it. That's why Mr. Lee was like, "What the fuck?" He told Mr. Lee to fuck off. Everybody got to say what the fuck they wanted to say in the chat. Oh, Chris is okay. Like your Tongo, we'll get back at it again. Maybe even on another topic. Okay, Papa Craig. Donald says, "Night, everyone. I still love you all." All right, y'all. Have a good night. Thanks for coming.